the Southeast Region meeting here. My name is Jake Fletcher. I'm the chairman of the Board of Game here in Alaska. Called this meeting to order. It's January 23rd. We have 7 board members present. It's 8:35 in the morning. Thank you everyone for joining us. And before we really kick it off here, I'd love for Member Barrett to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Right back here's the flag. If everybody could kind of orientate themselves to that and take off your head covering if you got one. Thanks for that, Member Brett. We're going to go around the table here and have board members introduce themselves, and we'll start off down here to my left with Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, department staff, members of the public, both in-house and online. My name is David Loring. I'm a board member out of Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and thank you for having us, Wrangell. You got a beautiful community. I really love it down here. My name is Al Barrett. I'm from Fairbanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tosh Hoffman. I'm from Bethel.
Member Bechtel.
Good morning. It's good to be back in Wrangell. My name is Jim Bechtel. I live in Thorn Bay.
Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, public present and online. My name's Jake Garner, originally from the village of Uzinki, Alaska, and reside in Anchorage.
And Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, everyone. My name is Carrie Ann Muller, and I live in Palmer, Alaska, and it's great to be back in Southeast. Thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you for everyone for attending.
And once again, my name is Jake Fletcher, and I'm a Talkeetna fella. We're going to introduce the staff that's around the table here. So, Director Scott, do you want to start off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Scott. I'm the Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Super pleased to be back in Southeast Alaska. Joining me from the headquarters staff today is Natalie Weber, just behind me, our regulations coordinator. And in the audience, we have Regional Supervisor Anthony Krupe standing up, and he'll be introducing the Southeast Regional staff when he's up giving his overview. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
George.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. George Pappas, the Director of Division of Subsistence. It's great to be here. As I said yesterday during a work session, I haven't stepped foot here for 30 years, and more than that, actually, since 1990, and I actually regret that now. This is a beautiful, beautiful town. Love it. So, with the staff from headquarters, we have Dr. Amy Weedoff, our Deputy Director. Behind me, we have Lauren Sill, the Regional Program Manager, and Emily Dove, the lead Southeast researcher, and they'll be giving good presentations and some information. It's exciting. I missed yesterday was some of the new projects we're doing. We're doing a gnome comprehensive survey. It's coming up, first time it's ever done, looking at the harvest and harvest and consumption there. And also we have another couple of comprehensive surveys going on in Southeast, and those will be touched on during the presentations. It's great to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. You're just in time, Kendra Holman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Kendra Holman with the Office of Subsistence Management, and then somewhere here today, or he'll be here later, I also have Rob Cross with me with the Forest Service, works with our program.
Thanks for that. And Kimberly Delfredi, Department of Law, over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kimberly Delfrade, Assistant Attorney General with the Department of Law. I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
And seated next to her, Captain Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Captain Brent Johnson, the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. I'm the Northern Detachment Commander and our Board of Game Liaison. And thank you for the wonderful weather you've gifted us with.
And Art Nelson here with a lot of board support staff that work very hard putting all this stuff together.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Art Nelson. I am the Executive Director for the Board of Fisheries. I'm not Chrissy Tibbles, who retired recently, but I have the pleasure of filling in here until we can get her replacement hired. With board support staff with us here today, we have Savannah Hollingworth. She's our publications specialist for the Board of Game, and she's also our Western Region Advisory Committee Coordinator. Next to Savannah is Annie Bartholomew. She's the publication specialist for the Board of Fisheries and also the AC coordinator for Northern Southeast. And there at the end of the table is Sam Kirby. She's our Arctic Region Advisory Committee coordinator. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that. And then it gets a little bit long-winded here, but this first day I need to read quite a few things into the record, so I'll start off here. The purpose of this meeting is for the Board of Game to consider proposed changes to the Southeast region related to hunting and trapping regulations. We'll be discussing game management units 1 through 5. We'll also take action on a statewide proposal dealing with the methods for taking beaver. We have about 70 proposals to address during this meeting that have been submitted by the public, advisory committees, and the Department of Fish and Game. The proposals are available for viewing in the Board of Game's meeting webpage. There's also a couple of copies on the table in the back of the room. In accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice of this meeting in a statewide newspaper that's distributed to local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited. The board members received copies of all written public comments. Copies of the public and advisory committee comments are available to the public on the tables in the back of the room. Copies of a tentative agenda and roadmap for this meeting can be found in the table in the back of the room. The agenda and the roadmap are subject to change throughout the meeting, but we'll attempt to follow it in close order. The board will meet each day at approximately 8:30 a.m. With the exception of Sunday, we're going to start a little bit later at 10:30. We plan to take about a 90-minute lunch break each day, and we'll try to conclude business each day between 5 and 5:30. However, if we fall behind, our schedule will definitely work a little bit later into the evening. As for the meeting material, the board workbooks and all other meeting material can be found on the table in the back of the room. These copies are provided to the public viewing. We ask you not to remove them so that they're available to others. Board materials, including those being submitted during the meeting, are also available at the Board of Game meeting information website. So at this point in time, we're going to go around the table here, and we'll have board members with their ethics disclosures. Ethics disclosures statements: as a member of the board, we're required statutorily to disclose our income and other possible interests and conflicts. So at this time, we'll start from my left again. So Member Loring, if you could start off with your ethics disclosure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the ethics disclosure for David Loring. I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. My wife, Teresa, and I have 5 adult children. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska as a retired state employee. Both my wife and I receive the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. I also receive Social Security and a stipend from the state of Alaska while the Board of Game was in session. Myself, spouse, and family members have no personal or financial interest in any business or organizations relating to fish and wildlife resources. I have 2 sons who are both employed by the Alaska Department of Public Safety as wildlife troopers, but are not in any policy-making positions. I have no personal financial interest in any proposals that are before the board at this meeting. Myself and my immediate family members are not involved in any lawsuits against the state of Alaska, except those lawsuits that have been filed against the Board of Game, of which I am a member. I'm a member of the Alaska Falconers Association, the North American Falconers Association, but I'm not in any policy-making positions. I'm also on the board of directors for the Arctic Winter Games Team Alaska. My ethics disclosure is true, accurate, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you for that, Member Loring. The chair finds that you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Brett, if you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, and to the public and residents of Wrangell. My name is Al Barrett. I live in Fairbanks. I'm currently employed at Interior Fish Processor Santa Smokehouse. My employer is Virgil Umfenauer. He's a longstanding member of the Fairbanks Advisory Committee and participates in the Board of Game process. He has no proposals in this meeting. I receive a monthly disability check from VA for service-connected injuries. I also supplement my income from the sale of my furs from my trapping efforts in 20B. I also receive income from when I'm employed as a Class A Assistant Big Game Guide in Unit 20, but not for the last 5 years because of low sheep numbers. I and my wife receive a PFD. I also receive a stipend from being a member of the Board of Game. My lovely wife, Linda Bashke, is employed at the University of Alaska statewide as a project manager. I have 3 adult children, 2 grandsons. One is 10, and my newest grandson is going to be 1 year old the 28th of February. My son is a sport fish guide operator and a subsistence trapper. My oldest daughter is a school administrator, and my youngest daughter is a mail carrier and a new mom. I'm a life member of the Alaska Trappers Association, the NRA, National Rifle Association, and Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association. I receive no compensation from these organizations, nor am I on any of their boards or involved in their decision-making on proposals that may be before this board. I also am a member of the Alaska Outdoor Council, the Alaska Falconers Association, and again, I'm not on a board or a voting member or involved in decision-making. My wife is an Alaskan General Falconer. I am not named in any lawsuits that are not related to the Board of Game. I've read all the proposals before us, and I have no conflicts of interest with any of these for this meeting. Mr. Chairman, I clarify my statements are true and complete as to the best of my knowledge to date.
Thank you, Member Brett. The chair finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Muller.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Carrie Ann Muller, and I am currently employed with Altria Group Distribution Company as a sales and marketing manager. This is my primary source of income. I'm also the owner of a new business called Women Hunting Alaska that offers educational workshops, seminars, and mentorship programs to help women get outdoors and learn more about hunting in Alaska. I volunteer and host an annual fishing trip on behalf of Women's Fly Fishing. Any expenses associated with the trip are provided by the sponsor. My husband, Andrew, has retired from British Petroleum and is currently employed by GCI as a project manager. GCI provides his primary source of income. I receive a stipend for serving on the Board of Game during scheduled meetings, and my husband and I both receive the Alaska PFD annually. My husband has 2 children prior to our marriage, Madison and Andrew, and both children and our grandchildren live in Southeast Ohio. My past employment endeavors include sales and marketing for Alaska Magazine, Cabela's, Pen Air, and Grand Aviation. I have served on the board of directors for the Iron Dog, Alaska Bow Hunters Association, and Safari Club International Alaska Chapter. In addition, I have held memberships with Alaska Trappers Association, Resident Hunters of Alaska, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Ducks Unlimited, and Wild Sheep Foundation. I have not voted on any of the proposals the Board of Game has received for this meeting or had input on any public comments by any organizations referenced. I am not part of any lawsuit other than those against the Board of Game at this time, and I am not aware of me or my family having conflicts with the issues before us today. The information included in this disclosure is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Muller. The chair finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and the public, both present and online. For the record, my name is Jake Garner. I'm an Alaska native from the village of Uzinki, but currently reside in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm a shareholding member of both the Afognak Native Corporation and Uzinki Native Corporation. My primary source of income is from my current employment as the president of Uzinki Native Corporation. I'm also a small business owner and operator of the Kenai Airport Hotel located in Kenai, Alaska. Prior to my career as the president of Uzinki Native Corporation, I was the vice president of Afognak Native Corporation, and I also previously owned and operated a sports fishing charter business. I also volunteer my time to a 501c3 nonprofit called Spruce Island Development Corporation. I do retain a 100-ton master's Marine Captain's license and a State of Alaska guide certification, but have not been active in this field since 2019. My family and I all received the annual State of Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. None of my family members have any business or organization related to fish or wildlife resources. I also receive an honorarium from the State of Alaska for these Board of Game meetings. Neither of my sources of income have any financial ties to any of the Board of Game issues that we will be discussing at this meeting. To my knowledge, I am not involved in any lawsuits affiliated with any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you for that, Member Garner. The chair finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Member Bechtel.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. Board members, staff, and public, my name is Jim Bechtel. I live in Thorn Bay, Alaska on Prince of Wales Island with my wife, Karen Peterson. We have no children. I'm retired from the Forest Service as a geologist after 39 years, 32 of those in Southeast Alaska. We receive income from my Forest Service retirement, my Social Security, Karen's State of Alaska retirement, and Karen's Social Security, and our investments. I receive a stipend as a member of the Board of Game. I own and operate Black Powder Consulting, a geologic consulting business. We currently have one contract with R&M Engineering. I'm part of a research team for the University of Alaska Museum of the North in Fairbanks, which I receive a little bit of compensation for. In the past, I've worked on the Forest Service under the ACES program, assisting with geologic and karst and cave resource mapping and evaluations. Right now, I am not under contract with the Forest Service. I currently work under a contract with the Mule Deer Foundation and the Black-tailed Deer Foundation as Alaska Regional Coordinator, focusing on habitat restoration opportunities for Sitka black-tailed deer. I volunteer for the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game to assist in maintaining and collecting samples for their hair boards associated with wolf research in Unit 2. Neither I, my wife, or family members have any interest in a business or fish and wildlife organization that may be affected by these proposals. Neither I, my wife, or my family members are involved in any lawsuits against the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm a member of the Mule Deer Foundation, Black-tailed Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Safari Club International, and the Alaska Outdoor Council. I have no policy-making authority in these. I have no personal or financial interest in any of the proposals before the board at this meeting. I certified that my disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Member Bechtel. The chair finds you can participate fully in the meeting. Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman, Jr. Most know me by my nickname, Stosh. Currently, I reside in Bethel with my family, where we enjoy a subsistence lifestyle. My primary source of income is with the Association of Village Council Presidents Regional Housing Authority, where I'm employed as the Chief Programs Officer. I've been with AVCP RHA since August 2020. Prior to that, I was employed for the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation as Director of Corporate Facilities, which I did for 15 years, and prior to that, I worked for the City of Bethel as the Assistant Public Works Director for 5 years. Currently, I serve on the Board of Directors for the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation. Other sources of income are generated by two small businesses that I own and operate in Bethel, S&A Rentals and Tundra Fencing, none of which have any financial ties to the Board of Game issues that will be discussed at this meeting. I'm a former assistant guide. All my guide activities took place in Unit 19B Bravo. I'm also a former satellite dish installer retailer that I did in Bethel for 20 years. I hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay and the lower Kuskokwim River. However, the fishery hasn't been open for a little over 10 years now. My wife's primary source of income is she's the president and CEO for Bethel Native Corporation. I have two sons. Gage, my oldest son, graduated from Stanford University in 2020 and now works in Bethel. My youngest son, Avery, just recently graduated last spring from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Both my sons and I hold a private pilot's license. I'm a member of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. All four of my family members and myself receive the annual State of Alaska PFD. I also receive honorarium from the State Board of Game meetings I attend. I'm a member of the Bethel Native Corporation, which is the Village Corp, Chillisted Native Corporation, which is the Regional Corporation, and the Tribe ONC is the nonprofit that I'm part of. To my knowledge, I'm not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hoffman. The chair finds that you can participate fully in the meeting. And at this time, I'm going to hand over the chairman to Chairman Hoffman.
Member Fletcher, can you please read us your ethics disclosure?
Sure thing. For the record, my name is Jacob Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna. Our family enjoys hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, and mushing, just to name a few. My primary sources of income are as follows. I own and operate a small guiding operation that conducts hunts on Kodiak Island in Unit 8 and also in the Kenai Peninsula in Unit 15. I possess a Coast Guard master's license and I operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boats Adventures in Talkeetna. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the year, and I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local Talkeetna business, AK Sled Dog Tours. This company conducts a year-round tourist operation in Talkeetna, and in the summer months, they have an operation in the Chugach Mountains on a glacier and down in Seward on a glacier, and they also have a business in the winter months in Colorado. My family and I receive PFDs. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I have volunteered for the Iditarod. I also broke trail for the race for a number of years, and I actually got called back from retirement. Again, this year I'll be going down the trail. I'm occasionally asked to complete a task for time or two from the race, and those tasks are sometimes compensated monetarily. We own Talkeetna Snow Machine Outings. We own a rental property and a farm in central Wisconsin. We own a tract of agricultural land in Talkeetna that we lease. We also have a rental property there in Talkeetna. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I'm a member of the Alaska Trappers Association. I contribute money to the Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA. I'm not involved directly in any lawsuits other than against the Board of Game. As I stated above, I belong to several organizations in a member capacity only. Any lawsuits that those organizations are involved in do not pertain to any topics that we'll be discussing to the best of my knowledge. I certify, Mr. Chair, that all these statements are true and correct and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Member Fletcher. The chair finds that you can fully participate in the meeting.
Thank you. I'll be reading a few more things into the record here, so bear with me. The first thing we're going to touch on here are record copies, RCs. Before we hear staff reports, I'd like to announce that anyone that would like to submit written comments to the board can do so by giving them to the board staff at the end of the table up here. Sam Raney over there. Comments can also be uploaded online to the board meeting webpage available at boardofgame.adfng.alaska.gov or via fax at 907-465-6094. Please specify the proposal number on your comments. Public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in length from any individual or group during the meeting. This policy of the board was adopted to ensure that all public comments can properly be received by board members during the meeting prior to taking action. Anyone listening online needing assistance with submitting comments can contact the Department of Fish and Game Board Support Section office or by calling 907-465-6098. All documents received at the board meeting will be assigned a record copy known as a RC number. The original and all written material submitted will be retained for the permanent record of the board. With no exception, all materials which are to be submitted to the Board of Game and for consideration must be presented to the board staff for distribution. Please do not give documents to individual board members. Record copies will be distributed to the board and posted on the board's website in the meeting before the meeting begins, and at lunch breaks, and at the end of each day. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to the Board of Game members, as well as proper retention for the board records. Process questions. In order to be sure the public is fully informed of the board process, all process questions in public may have during the course of this meeting can be directed to the board's executive director, the board's vice chair, or myself. We hope the board's practice outlined here will maximize public participation in the board process, as the board believes that an informed and engaged public is essential to the successful development and implementation of wildlife use and conservation strategies. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out a blue card. And you can get them from the board staff here at the right of the table here. Be sure the blue card is legibly completely filled out so that both your name and the area of interest of your topic and your proposal. So you are concerned about may be identified by board members. Later this morning, board support staff will prepare a testimony list which will be posted in the room. Testimony is expected to begin today following the lunch break, following oral presentations. The sanctuary, the board requests that members of the public and the press recognize and respect the board sanctuary, which is where the board members and staff are seated during the meeting. Please do not enter the space beyond the yellow and black line that you see on the floor during the breaks and before and after the meeting. Board members will make themselves available to the public during breaks and in public places. Cell phones and hearing devices. Before we begin, please turn the volume on your cell phones off, and anyone having trouble hearing the discussion, we have hearing devices available up here at the front of the room. Lastly, the Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game are united in supporting and fostering a respectful workplace where the safety and well-being are paramount. We are committed to ensure our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable, and we will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this important effort to create a professional and productive meeting environment. So right now we're going to go into staff reports, and we'll start off with Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, good morning, members of the board, members of the public that are here, and also joining us online. Thank you for being here with us. I had a long update, agency report yesterday, so I'll keep this one pretty brief and just hit some high point themes that you'll hear about over the next several days. We talked a lot about weather yesterday, about heavy snows, especially in northern southeast recently. Believe it or not, I know it's a beautiful day outside. We're going to talk about a marine environment and a rainforest pretty routinely over the next few days. And I imagine we'll get some of that rain towards the end of the weekend, it looks like. You'll hear proposals and staff reports on several different species, much like you do in every other Board of Game meeting. However, there'll be some unique things. We're going to talk about mountain lions here. We're going to talk about fishers, regions that, we're kind of for fishers at least, we are the only region that they show up. And we've had more mountain lion activity recently. We're also going to talk about the most important big game species in Southeast Alaska quite a bit, and that's Sitka black-tailed deer. We'll start off this morning with a staff report on research being conducted on that species. We're also going to get into things like intensive management. We have a proposal that you'll be deliberating for the Prince of Wales area. Intensive management is not something that often comes up in Southeast Alaska, so I think that'll be very informative as we get there. In addition, we're going to talk about federal overreach and the impact that the federal subsistence program has had in Southeast Alaska. And that recently Ketchikan was moved to rural status. There's one community left in Southeast that's not rurally qualified or federally qualified hunters. This has had significant impacts specifically on deer hunting opportunity, and we're going to hear a lot about that as well. A little bit about user conflicts in terms of brown bear hunts and hunting areas and season dates and bag limits. Not too new for you all. Contentious species, Unit 2 wolves. We talk about Unit 2 wolves all the time with the Board of Game, and we're here to do it again. We'll start that as well with a research update from Dr. Rothler, who's been doing an amazing job with wolves throughout Southeast Alaska. I mentioned the marine environment and the temperate rainforest that we're currently sitting in. I would encourage you to think about the environment and how species are distributed, how they move around. Largely it's an island system in Southeast Alaska with some big giant conduits, such as the Stikine River, which is just out the window. And you probably all got to see as we flew into Wrangell. So we expect the commissioner later this afternoon. He attended the State of the State address last night in Juneau and will be on the afternoon flight, and I believe intends to be here for the duration of the meeting. So once again, thank you for being here in Wrangell. Thank you for being back in Southeast, and for everybody who's joined us. And we're ready to go when you are, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Director Scott. Any questions from board members for Director Scott right now? If not, we'll move on down the table. George.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Not as exciting as fellow Director Scott here, but we will have some information presented here for some upcoming comp surveys in the area. We have a vast state with a lot of communities and not a whole bunch of funding to cover. There's a lot of areas that there's a lack of subsistence information and subsistence data that's necessary for you to make decisions. We're out looking for subsistence harvest and use surveys, and even though it's not for here, we're doing one for Nome. That'll be the first time. It's going to be a major heavy lift. It's a large community to do. But I will leave it for Emily, our very talented specialist in Southeast here, to provide some more information during her presentation. It's on the agenda. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that, George. Kendra.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I will shorten the intro that I gave yesterday. So the Secretary of the Interior's office, Senior Advisor to Alaska Affairs, Kara Moriarty, and her office have announced a targeted review of the Federal Subsistence Management Program. Public scoping comment period ends February 13th, and there's a public meeting February 3rd from 3 to 7 p.m. at the Fish and Wildlife Service Regional Office in Anchorage with both in-person and virtual options. You can find all the information regarding that on the OSM website. We have several meetings coming up. Those are all can be found on our website, specifically with the Federal Subsistence Board meeting coming up in April regarding wildlife proposals for this regulatory cycle. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for that. Kimberly Delfrady, Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I gave a pretty detailed litigation update yesterday during the work section, so I'm not going to go into detail there, and I don't believe any of those cases were necessarily relevant, specifically factually to the Southeast region. So I'll just defer to what I said in the work session yesterday, and I have no further update.
Thank you for that. And Captain Johnson.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Kimberly took basically my exact speech. Gave a pretty substantial update yesterday, excuse me, during the working session. We're here and want to be able to have a chance. I will point out Sergeant Cody Lister in the audience. He's the regional supervisor for wildlife troopers. He's going to be here, and myself, and be available to talk to folks during the breaks and discuss any concerns. But other than that, I have no other updates. Excuse me.
Thanks for that. That being said, do we need a little bit of time before we start the reports, the Southeast region overview, or are we ready just to roll right into it? We'll take a 5-minute break and come back and roll right into it. Thank you guys very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for welcoming me today. My name is Anthony Krupe. I'm the Regional Supervisor for Southeast Division of Wildlife Conservation. It's a privilege for me to be here today representing the department. We have several of our staff members with us behind us that I'll introduce you to. And I just wanted to really welcome you to Southeast. It's such a fabulous place to be, and the time and energy that you put into this entire process really is founded in the cornerstone of our Constitution of we the people. We all appreciate the time and effort that you as board members put into this process to provide us the opportunities and the food that we put into our freezers, and for that we're greatly appreciative. The region also wants to acknowledge our board staff that is here to support us, as well as Christy Tibbles, who had done such a wonderful job all these years. Art, thanks for picking up the slack in the meantime. Also want to acknowledge my predecessor, Tom Schumacher. He was our regional supervisor for a number of years, and you had the privilege of spending time with him, and I ask for your forgiveness in advance for the things that I don't know as the new regional supervisor. I've spent the last 25 years in research and management, studying brown bears. You've seen many of my presentations here in the past, and it's a new role for me, and I'm enjoying it so far, and we just have world-class staff that makes me really proud. So my objective today of my presentation is to familiarize you with the region, our staff, the species that we deal with, and the issues that we encounter. So Southeast is a community of outdoorsmen, hunters, trappers, commercial fishermen, sport fishing charter guides, tour guides, and we all rely and depend on the forest and the ecosystem and the coastal marine environment here in Southeast. As you've all heard so far, I wanted to just start with a picture of the snow. And this is a Thanksgiving buck that came to the call last year on Chichikoff Island. And, you know, this is a typical winter snowpack during the rut, and this year, by the end of December, my son's head would have been buried twice here by the 82 inches of snow that we got in Juneau. So just to put it into perspective of kind of some of the challenges that wildlife are facing in northern Southeast this summer, and you know, it seems to be about every decade we have big snow events like this. For a general overview, I'll walk you through a few maps of the region, talk about the economy here in Southeast, introduce you to our staff, talk a little bit about federal subsistence, go through our regional programs, and give you a brief overview of the species proposals that we'll be faced with this week. So this is a view from a float plane of Chichikoff Island flying over Sitco Bay. And I wanted to show you this to illustrate some of the views of what the rainforest looks like here in Southeast, but also some of these large estuary tide flats that we see that are so important in the spring to our brown bears and black bears and deer. At the head of this bay, you can see a big sedge meadow, and that is where we see an abundance of wildlife come spring. Once the snow melts, it's going to be places like this that wildlife are really able to find forage again, and just gives you a really good idea of what this marine environment is like here in Southeast. What you can also see off in the distance is that we have a history of commercial logging that has long-term impacts to the winter habitat particularly. And in extreme snow winters like this, there are fewer large trees to intercept the snow, which makes it difficult for deer and other species to move throughout the forest. At the broad scale, this coastal rainforest is a very stable environment, but we do have some disturbances such as logging or large wind throw events that disrupt the habitat. This is an overview map of Region 1, and we cover game management units 1 to 5. And game management unit 1, you can see ranges from 1A in the south, 1B as you move up through the central coast, 1C in the Juneau and Gustavus area into 1D. Units 2, 3, and 4 are different island complexes. And then as we get into the northern section, we have Unit 5A around Yakutat and 5B, the Wrangell St. Elias. Some of the things that you'll notice with a map like this is the general geography and topography of the areas really influences the species distribution and abundance. Region 1 is isolated from Canada by on this orange line. You can see the border between the U.S. and Canada. Southeast is known for an abundance of precipitation, and the temperatures are moderated by this maritime climate. In general, it's warmer and wetter as you go south and west, and cooler and drier as you go north and east. Much of the region was under glaciers during the last ice age, and there were some ice-free areas off of Unit 2 when sea level was lower and some species persisted. We could probably have a great overview from Member Bechtel at some point during a break to learn about how all these species recolonized after this glaciation event. And I encourage you to reach out to him for some more information about that. Many of our species have come to Alaska through these large transboundary rivers such as the Alsek, the Chilkat, the Taku, the Stikine, the Unuk, moose, martens, fishers, lynx, including moose to Berners Bay, goats to Baranof and Revilla, elk to Edelin, deer in Yakutat, marten to Chichikov, Baranof, Prince of Wales. This is a map of the Fish and Game offices across Southeast. So our headquarters office is in Juneau, and then in yellow here you can see our offices that have wildlife management staff. So in Douglas is our regional office. Then we have offices in Petersburg, Sitka, and Ketchikan. And then in blue, you can see offices that we have shared program technicians with the other divisions. So in Yakutat, Haines, and on Prince of Wales and Craig. This map shows you the land ownership that we have in Southeast. Essentially, 94% of this map is pink, which indicates federal public land. The Tongass represents 78% of the land in Southeast. Glacier Bay is about 14%. The Wrangell St. Elias National Park up past Yakutat is a smaller percentage, but essentially not much state, private, or native corporation land outside of the federal land. One of the reasons that this is really important is that all the residents of Southeast, except for Juneau, are considered federally qualified. And this land ownership pattern gives the federal subsistence program considerable influence over the allocation of harvest opportunities. One other thing to mention is in the coming months, we will receive notice from the Forest Service through the National Register that the Tongass Land Management Plan will be going through revision, and it's been indicated that once that notice of intent comes out, it'll be an 18-month in the works from start to finish. To speak about the economy in Southeast, you can see here with a few of the photos what some of the bigger industries represented in this pie chart indicate. About a third of our economy comes from federal, state, and local governments. You can see about 13% is the cruise ship industry, and really it's changed the face of a lot of communities in Southeast, but really is an economic boon for most of the larger cities, and some of the smaller towns are also being able to cater to some of the more independent type clients. Commercial fishing industry is nearly 10% of our economy in Southeast. We have quite a bit of development in mining, which is really increasing as the price of metals increase. We have a long history with commercial timber harvest. This is one photo of a clear cut that you can see, and eventually these stands grow back, and for the short period, they're real productive for species like deer and moose. But then as we get into the stem exclusion phase, you'll hear a lot about that from our research team and following staff reports, but it really leads to some long-term challenges. And then on the right, I really like this photo of to represent the professional guiding industry that we have in Southeast, and that is a real strong interest of the public that is here today, as well as the economy that it helps bring to the small towns in Southeast. And we recognize that. So now I'd like to introduce you to our area management biologists. And throughout this entire time with the board, I'm so proud to have such an amazing staff that handle all of the research, management, and administration of the resources that this great state provides. We strive to respond to the management needs, and really we're learning every day more about these populations. It's a privilege to introduce this staff who make all of this possible. And I know that I won't have all the answers, but I'm surrounded by all these competent biologists that inevitably there will be questions that we can't answer, but know that we will search for those answers and report back. On the top left here and in the audience, we have Carl Koch. He's our area biologist from Douglas. Proud to have Ross Dorndorf here with us today. He's our previous area biologist in Ketchikan. He's been acting as our management coordinator, was recently offered a position with the Palmer office, so he'll be our new area biologist in Palmer, but he was kind enough to get us to the finish line through this Board of Game process, and will continue on as our acting management coordinator throughout this meeting. So thank you, Ross, for being here. Steve Bethune, our longest area biologist in the region, comes to us from Sitka. Hannah Mannanen is our assistant area biologist in Douglas. Frank Robbins from Petersburg is here and excited to present to you this week. Mark Williamson is holding down our Ketchikan office as our assistant area biologist, and we're currently recruiting for our management coordinator position, and have been doing a lot of recruiting since Tom's left, and proud to have such a competent staff. And there's really a lot of interest in positions with the Department of Fish and Game, and hope to secure a few of these positions in the coming weeks. I'll turn it over to our research staff who do so much. They are at the forefront of wildlife research across Alaska, particularly within Southeast. There are things that they do with GPS collars that teach us about home ranges, animal movements, different things about animal behavior, genetics, stable isotope analyses, really some of the more cutting edge science that we can bring to present to you to help understand what we know about these populations, and some of the things that we don't know about these populations. Being in the rainforest, it's often difficult to monitor these species and their abundance, but they've really come up with new and novel techniques to be able to do so. On the top left is Stephanie Sell. She's our bear research biologist, has done a fine job taking over after I've moved into this position, and she's currently operating a brown bear research project on Unit 4 on Baranof Island. Really happy to have Susanna Woodruff with us today. She is our research coordinator. She was with the department 2 Board of Game cycles ago, and then has studied polar bears in the Arctic for the last 6 years, and we're grateful to have her back. Gretchen Roffler is our predator prey biologist. You'll hear a staff report from her in a few moments, and I'm just always really impressed with the work that she and her team do and are able to provide to the public and our managers. Dave Gregovich has been with the region for a long time as our research analyst. He's responsible for a lot of the maps and technical information that you see today. Jason Waite is our biometrician for more than the last decade, really the person that does all of the work behind the scenes to come up with these Unit 2 wolf population estimates, bear population estimates, moving into new strategies for monitoring deer across Southeast. Sydney Lamb is our most recent hire on the research team. She's come to us from Utah as our ungulate biologist. She'll be studying mountain goats and moose. Michael Kampnich in Prince of Wales has helped for a long time with our wolf monitoring program. Jen Wisman is working with Stephanie on the Baranoff Brown Bear Research Project. Allie Tuttle is a technician in our office who is handling a lot of research and management samples as well as camera data. And soon you'll hear from Tessa Hasbrook. She's been with us for many years as an assistant area biologist, and she's our now our deer research biologist, wrapping up a project in Petersburg in Unit 3. And then we have Seth Bartusek, who's came to us from the Marine Mammals Program as our latest wildlife biologist 1, assisting Sydney with moose and mountain goats. We also have a deep team of administrative and frontline staff across the region. Paul Converse, you've probably all met before. He holds down the fort in Douglas and really does a fantastic job with the public day to day, providing the service that our constituents really need. Kelly Gall is our admin officer. He is doing all the behind the scenes work to keep us on track and following policies and procedures. He's assisted by our accounting technician, Lisa Ward. In Petersburg, many of you are familiar with Hillary Wood, our program technician, working with Frank. Chris Watt is new to Sitka as our program technician in Unit 4. Ann Schmid is shared in our Haynes office as a program technician. Zach Jacobson works for us in Yakutat. We're currently recruiting for a new program technician in Craig, as well as in Ketchikan. And just 2 days ago, I conducted about 12 reference checks for the program technician job, and it is really so amazing that we have so many qualified people that have master's degrees in biology who are willing to start with the department at this program technician level to serve as a stepping stone to move into future positions with the department. With us today, you'll also hear from our Division of Subsistence staff, Lauren Sill, our Southern Program Manager, and Emily Dahl, and they will give you a fantastic overview of what subsistence does to meet their mission here in Southeast. I'll briefly go over some of our regional programs. It starts with our management staff. They're often out doing the work of survey and inventory, monitoring populations from the air, such as moose, aerial surveys for deer in the summer in some of our units, and mountain goats, so that we can really provide sustainable harvest objectives. On the right here is this great photo of Lake Bartlett back when he was 10, harvesting his first buck that he called in over on Chichikov. And I just thought it was really great that we do so much to encourage our youth through hunting of our management programs that leads on to kind of lifelong subsistence lifestyles that folks in Southeast have been able to cultivate. The management of our hunts is often through different registrations and harvest tickets and draws, as well as a Tier 2 hunt in Haines. We're constantly providing public service to the public, and I think our staff do a really nice job with that. It's not uncommon for us to get nuisance wildlife calls, of which we do everything to work with the troopers and the local police departments to make sure that we ensure public safety and the health and safety of the wildlife that they're there. One recent example this past spring was one female deer had 2 fawns, and she was hit on the Egan Highway in Juneau, and by 5 o'clock that afternoon, we had received numerous calls from the public, and next thing you know, the office is closed until about 7, 8 o'clock at night. We had staff kind of searching through the bushes for these fawns, and ultimately we found them, and they're currently up at the Wildlife Conservation Center in Portage. Some more regional programs digging into the research here. We'll hear more from Gretchen about wolves and the predator-prey research and many of the other projects that she works on wolves in units 1, 2, and 3. Tessa will speak to us more about her deer research in Unit 3. Stephanie's been working on this brown bear research project on Baranoff. We have long-term data sets in both Units 1C and 1D on moose, as well as mountain goats. Some of the challenges that we're faced here with assessing these populations, you can see on the photo on the right, the forest canopy really leads to not being able to do traditional surveys, as you'd be more familiar with up in the northern parts of the state. It leads to really us being able to come up with new and novel ways of using mark recapture to estimate densities and abundance of our wildlife. We do have some aerial surveys that we're able to do. One of our limitations there is the availability of aircraft. Some of our pilots have gotten older and timed out. We're really limited on the number of pilots and aircraft that we have. It's wonderfully beautiful out there today, but there's many days, such as last week, where we're inundated with fog or wind, rain, snow events, often limitations due to weather. Cost of flight time is not insignificant. We do a lot of ground-based surveys, DNA mark recapture for both bears, deers, and wolves, and then some of the things that species are faced with habitat modifications from our long history of logging in Southeast. When we speak about federal subsistence, there are several things that have been introduced lately. The Southeast RAC has been deliberate in pursuing harvest opportunities, particularly making priorities for rural ungulates. Recently, Ketchikan was designated with federal rural status. Last year in Game Management Unit 4, there were several federal land closures at the beginning of November, the 1st to the 10th, that non-federally qualified users from Juneau aren't able to participate in. In Unit 2, there were several proposals in this most recent cycle dealing with doe closures. In Berners Bay, we've had recent federal priority where 25% of the bull moose permits have been reserved for federal drawing permits for rural residents of Units 1 to 5. No permits were issued in 2024 or 2025 because the moose population fell below that threshold required to sustain a hunt, but nonetheless, it's one of those things making management a little bit more challenging. In Game Management Units 1 to 4 with elk, they're to prevent elk from expanding into new areas where they might compete with Sitka black-tailed deer. The federal season is now year-round, August 1st to July 31st, across all Units 1 to 4. In GMU 3, there was a proposal withdrawn last year for an any bull federal draw permit to allow federally qualified users to harvest moose without a state antler restrictions. That faced some pushback from local rural communities and ultimately was withdrawn. Two department staff that deal a lot with these federal subsistence issues are our Deputy Commissioner Ben Mulligan and our new federal subsistence liaison, Aaron Potter. A couple more regional programs I'll touch on are education and outreach, some of our special areas, the Juneau Hunter Edge Shooting Complex, and some of the hunter access projects that we've benefited from. For education and outreach, just to touch on a few of the highlights, we have Abby McAllister, who's a high school cross-country ski coach. She's taking the team up to a tournament this weekend, so she's not able to be with us, but some of the hard work that she does throughout Southeast as she really organizes our Becoming an Outdoors Woman program that has become so popular and insightful. She's really active in our communities in the spring, throughout the summer, through the Bears in Communities program, and she is really talented at creating newsletters and publications, and does a fantastic job getting the message from our research and managers out to the public. A few of the special areas that the department manages in Southeast are Pack Creek, the Stan Price State Wildlife Sanctuary that's known for bear viewing, the Mendenhall Wetlands State Game Refuge that has a really active advisory committee that has dealt with issues like creating a second crossing in Juneau, creating a bridge to get from Juneau to Douglas. Dude Creek Critical Habitat Area in Gustavus, and the Chilkat River Critical Habitat Area where the bald eagles congregate in the fall up in Haines. Pack Creek is a partnership with the Forest Service that started in the late 80s. Between May and September, we have, it's regulated for 24 visitors per day. That viewership has been stable over the years with about 1,258 permitted visitors per year. Revenue is increasing due to a new revenue structure that we have with the Forest Service to where the program generated $84,000 this year and is expected to rise over $100,000 next year. We have 15 permitted operators, and 60% of the visitors are guided visitors. A few of the hunter access projects that we've benefited from over the last year through the Pittman-Robertson Act funds, which are federal taxes paid by manufacturers, 10% on handguns, 11% on long guns and ammunition, and selected archery equipment. All these are distributed to state agencies for wildlife conservation, habitat restoration, hunter education, and increasingly a portion of these funds support projects like these. In Juneau this past year, we had a ribbon cutting for the newly revitalized Hank Harmon Public Range. It's really turned into a state-of-the-art facility. There's a tramway called the Oliver's Inlet Tramway that connects the northern part of Admiralty Island closer to Juneau with Seymour Canal, which is where you would find Pack Creek. And you take this rail car over and portage from the north side of the island straight into the southern side of the island, and they were able to redo a lot of the rails as well as create a new tram and some upgrades along the way. And there's a great state parks cabin at the far end of the trail. The Treadwell Ditch Trail provides a lot of hunter access in the Juneau area, and that program received quite a bit of funding to be able to upgrade that, which is a really great place for people to hunt and recreate in Juneau. Our hunter education program is fantastic and growing. We have a lot of staff that are involved in teaching those courses. 304 students were certified in Southeast this summer, including 31 classes in these communities listed here all over Southeast. On the right, you see a photo of some of the hunter ed students in Yakutat, Metlakatla out on a nice day in the spring. All sixth graders in Juneau go through the hunter ed program, and we have a really active Juneau shooting sports and archery club are active. Mike Kelly is our Southeast coordinator, and Dan Palinka manages the range. Some of the proposals that we'll see today are outlined here. We'll hear a lot of proposals this week about deer and brown bears and elk, wolves, a few miscellaneous proposals as well. I'll go through briefly some of the species status that we'll have for these, and we'll have very detailed area overviews for each area as well as each specific proposal. So to speak about brown bears and black bears across Southeast, they are often segregated into three different groups, to where the mainland, outlined in pink, has both brown bears and black bears. On the Admiralty, Baranof, and Chichagof Islands, Unit 4 has just brown bears. And in the southern islands, we have more black bears with some expanding populations of brown bears here in this unit. I've had to color in this map by hand with some of the expansions of brown bears in recent years. In general, the densities of black bears on the islands are higher where they're not overlapped with brown bears, up to 3.5 black bears per square mile on a place like Kuyu Island. Brown bears on the islands are about a bear per square mile versus on the mainland, it's more about a quarter of a bear per mile. Harvest during the last 5 years has been about 192 brown bears per year. 65% of that is non-resident. 566 black bears harvested over the past 5 years, 60% non-resident. There's one proposal for black bear, that's proposal 42. They're in high densities in the southern part of the region in Game Management Units 1, 2, and 3, and they're popular for hunting among residents and non-residents. The one proposal is to eliminate meat salvage requirement in May for GM Unit 2 residents. With brown bears, we have 9 proposals. Harvest ranges from 150 to 279 per year. The average is about 180. Few of the proposals that we'll have in front of us are to change from 1 bear every 4 years to 1 bear each year, extend the season lengths, or change the hunt boundaries. Speaking of sick black-tailed deer, they're widespread and numerous across the region and really helps residents meet their subsistence needs. We have 11 proposals in front of us. Harvest ranges from 7 to 10,000, average is about 9,900. Some of the proposals would aim to reduce bag limits for both residents and non-residents, increase the bag limit in season, change bag limits to bucks only, implement deer antler restrictions, or change hunt boundaries. We'll speak quite a bit about elk. They occur in Unit 3, mainly on Edelin and Zarembo Islands. In 1987, elk were introduced to Edelin Island. 50 animals were transplanted. 33 of those were Roosevelt elk. 17 were Rocky Mountain elk. Here on the map, you can see Edelin is just south here of Wrangell, and it wasn't long before a few of those elk swam to Zarembo Island and established a small population. We collared elk on Edelin in between 2008 and 2014, and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation provided the funding for that. We had 16 collars on the air and established home ranges of about 14 square miles. It's difficult to monitor the abundance in this forest. We were at one point able to conduct alpine surveys on Edelin Island, but those only provide minimum counts, and in recent years they've been more challenging and difficult to monitor. Harvest of elk is about 3 to 9 per year with an average of 6. There will be 7 proposals about elk. Those range from different antler restriction strategies to an unlimited registration permit on Zarembo, limiting non-residents to drawing hunts, and reducing archery seasons in favor of a 2-week draw hunt with no weapons restrictions. We'll hear several moose proposals this week. In Units 1, 3, and 5, we have an increasing harvest trend. We had a record harvest in 2025. You can see here on the figure on the right that since the 70s we've tracked this, and this most recent year was our highest moose harvest to date. We manage with registration, Tier 2, and drawing permits, as well as different antler configurations that you're probably all familiar with. Bull, spike, fork, 50. We have 3 proposals in front of us. Harvest is 240 to 290, 270 a year. Some of these proposals would create a hunt for disabled hunters, eliminate the broken, damaged, altered from spike fork definition, and or eliminate the antler restriction and replace with a 2-week any bull hunt. We have several proposals about mountain goats. We have goats in Units 1, 4, and 5. The population's considered stable. Populations were transplanted on Revilla and Baranoff Island. We've got harvest of about 155 animals per year over the last 10 years. 2/3 of the harvest is residents. Female harvest is discouraged, and we do that through managing with a point system where a billy is worth 1 point and females are worth 2, and then we allocate a certain number of points to each hunt zone. There's 6 proposals in front of us. Some include allowing same-day airborne hunting of mountain goats, limiting your bag limit if the animal is wounded, nanny penalties, as well as limiting non-resident permits in draw hunts. We have 2 proposals related to mountain lions. One would create an open hunting season. The other one would create a year-round open hunting and trapping season. We'll hear from our statewide program staff about grouse and ptarmigan. We have 4 different proposals. Some would change the bag limits, extend the seasons, or shift that season. And as we come to the end here, we'll speak about wolves for about 8 proposals. They occur in units 1, 2, 3, and 5. The highest densities have historically been on unit 2 and 3. The average harvest is about 189. On unit 2, where we spend a lot of time and resources, we have an adaptive management strategy, which deals with setting the season length based on a population objective. We'll discuss that population objective this week. And in general, wolf harvest across the region has been consistent and stable for a number of years. We have several challenges with the species. We've successfully defended 3 Endangered Species Act listing petitions, and we actively monitor and assess the population in Unit 2 annually. We'll also have proposals on fur bearers, and some of the fur bearers that we have here in Southeast are beavers, where it's about over 200 animals are harvested a year. Depending on the cycle with fur, hares, lynx average about 9 per year, river otters 266, and we've got a couple of proposals about fisher, where there's 2 to 3 harvested in the Juneau area per year. This is a photo of a fisher on a right, and just recently we had one sealed this week that was from just south of the Taku area, and it was the taxidermist's biggest fisher that he's seen to date. He couldn't even find a form that was big enough. It was evidently a 14-pound male, and you could, they're porcupine specialists in their diet, and you could see the porcupine quills coming out of its head. So to conclude, I appreciate all the work that you do, and we're so happy to have you in Southeast. We really appreciate, I heard in some of the discussion yesterday how it's really important for the board to visit some rural communities when to hear testimony and have your deliberations, and I know the public in Southeast really appreciate you being here in Wrangell during this cycle. And thank you so much. Look forward to the week ahead.
Mr. Krupe, thank you very much for that overview. It was great. Any questions from board members? Mr. Krupe? I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions as we get into, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Anthony. That was really well. I kind of got two different thoughts from you on logging. You know, the first one was, it seemed like you mentioned that it was less desirable for habitat or creating habitat. But then you showed another photo where the short term is very beneficial, you know, for habitat and for the game species living in those areas. Can you get some clarification on that?
Yes, you're exactly right. In the short term, it provides a lot of forage for deer. And in the years following that type of activity, populations can really flourish. And then as we get into the 25-plus age class, we turn into stem exclusion. And at that point, the light doesn't hit the canopy, doesn't get through the canopy to hit the floor to create that forage. And so then populations are really challenged at that point. Some of the things that we're working towards with collaborations through the Southeast is how do we manage these stands once they hit that stem exclusion phase with programs like you'll hear about, the HERDS program that is looking to thin some of these areas to continue to provide high-level habitat across places that have been logged for so long.
Just because I don't know, but, you know, living in Washington and Oregon for a while, it would seem like that, like for an example, after 25 years, the logging industry would clear cut close or nearby the old clear cut. Does that not happen very often down here where you just shift the new habitat?
So my understanding of the history of logging across Southeast is we had a lot of timber contracts that provided a lot of economy to our communities, such as Prince of Wales and Sitka and Ketchikan, places like Wrangell and Petersburg. And with those large timber contracts, we had a lot of removal of old growth timber. And now as there's less old growth timber, you know, some of the smaller production that's able to happen is in some of these remaining watersheds that haven't been logged, but I know that the Forest Service is moving towards a process of being able to log the second growth. And so a lot of that would be establishing new kind of revenue sources for that type of timber. And so there's a lot of infrastructure across Southeast to facilitate logging, and I think it's really trying to figure out how do we maintain the populations that we are so dependent upon, and these places that have become into this stem exclusion phase, how do we improve that habitat so that it provides for the resources that we need. There is some timber extraction that's happening on Forest Service and private lands, but it's certainly at a much lesser degree than it was up until 1995.
Member Loring.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Is staff going to talk a little bit more about endangered species designations in the wolf presentation? Or if not, can you give me an idea of who requests those or how those are requested and how the department defends those? If they're going to talk about it later, then we can just wait.
No, I'll turn that right to Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Loring. So Anthony mentioned 3 different ESA petitions. I apologize off the top of my head. I don't remember who brought the first 2, but they're outside entities, you know, conservation groups, that all of them. And it goes into a process where the petition is submitted. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service goes through a process of determining whether it's warranted. It's kind of an intermediate step, and they go through a 90-day determination. Once they issue a warranted finding, and then we go into a very long process of a species status assessment. And I think that's the crux, really. And that can take a long time. The one that I was most involved in occurred back in 2015, 2016. And I believe it took about 18 months. And it's where, you know, expertise on wolves from many places is gathered, including the lower 48, but also in Alaska. You know, at times, the department's relied on heavily to provide data on wolves, specifically in Unit 2, though, you know, the last petition involved wolves throughout Southeast Alaska. At other times, though, you know, we've been kind of pushed aside and had to push back and say, we're the managers of the wildlife, we're the managers of the resource, we've been doing all the work for ages since we became a state. There's no one who knows it better than us. And so I am happy to say that we were able to, you know, for lack of a better term, get our foot in the door. And it's really because of the work of folks like Dave Persons years ago, Gretchen Roffler, who's here with us now, Boyd Porter, Steve Bethune, who's worked on the island, and now Ross and Mark and Tessa, who's been over there. It's just normal data that we collect. You know, it might be survey and inventory, it might be detailed research data that leads that charge. And, you know, we have an interesting position where we work through these species status assessments, and ultimately, the service will make a determination, warranted or not. And then there's a whole nother process that luckily we haven't had to go through, where they'll start developing regulations to address it. They may look at critical habitat. They certainly will start looking at reductions or restrictions in other opportunities. It's kind of interesting, right? In Southeast Alaska, Sitka black-tailed deer are one of the preferred prey items, and it's also the most important big game species for Southeast Alaskans. Fortunately, we've been able to stay out of it. At the same time, we've been able to maintain harvest opportunity. And most of Southeast Alaska looks a lot like other places in the state, very liberal trapping seasons and hunting seasons, bag limits. Unit 2 is probably the most, and that's not probably, it is the most studied wolf population in the state of Alaska. Every year, our folks go there, put out hair boards. Member Bachtel has helped out. We get help from the island. Ellen Hanna is here. She's helped out quite a bit as a member, as a resident of the island and an AC member. Every year, we come up with a population estimate, an abundance estimate, and then we base it off, through a lot of work that Ross and Tom Schumacher did. They developed a strategy to use season length to manage the harvest, and it's worked. And if you look at, we're going to go into the details, and over the last several years, it has been incredibly stable. The abundance estimates as well as the harvest that you'll see. So, yeah, hats off to the Southeast staff over many years defending against that. And really, it's a testament to Southeast Alaska residents. If those get passed, or if they get adopted by the Fish and Wildlife Service, deer hunting opportunity is going to be restricted, habitat use is going to be restricted. The negatives far outweigh the positives.
Thank you for that overview. It was very informative. Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony, for your overview. You're going to have to excuse my question. I don't know much about Southeast, but I am curious. I was looking at the map, and do you have any issues or anything going on, like for some border towns like Hyder, as far as the relationship with Canada? Are they allowed to hunt? I see they're on the road system, and are they allowed to go into Canada and hunt at all, or is that forbidden?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I'm not exactly certain how much we would hunt in Canada. I have a lot of familiarity with a place like Haines, and I think unless those folks are natives of Canada as well, not a lot of hunting goes on. The thing that does happen, though, is that we get a lot of Canadian residents benefit from the relationship that we have with them, to where we offer them residence license fees. And so we see a lot of Canadians that come to the southeast side to fish. I'm not familiar with them coming here to hunt as much, though, since that structure would be so different.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a couple more. On your pie chart, and you were talking about, guiding is, professional guiding is a main, or is a business in the Southeast. And did that fall under the 6% of professional services, or where does that end up in that pie chart?
Through the chair, Member Brett, that is a pie chart from our Southeast Conference. And so I don't think it specifically breaks out what the guiding proportion is, but I will refer you to the public comments to where APHA does a really nice job of identifying what the contributions, I believe it was in 2019, have brought to Alaska through that industry.
Thank you. And another question, just for clarification, maybe I misheard it, but I thought you said that when it pertained to Burner Bay moose drawing permits, that 25% of those permits were set aside for the federally qualified people?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, within the federal hunting system.
Oh, thank you.
I know you mentioned that that fishers and cougar are transient a little bit across the border from Canada to, to this side, through a couple of those travel corridors. Are those the only populations that are transient? Do goats wander back and forth? Bears, anything like that?
Great question, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, most species are not considering this border something that they wouldn't cross over. I know from my research in both Haines and Yakutat on brown bears, there is some movement between Alaska and Canada, but the resources for bears are here. When it comes to salmon, they're primarily exploiting salmon on the U.S. side, so while they may make a summer foray for blueberries up into the Canadian side, come salmon season, they're always finding their way back to Alaska. Fishers have established a population that we can tell. We have both males and females in the Juneau area. They've expanded from a small central area just around the Taku River. Now they expand north to Berners Bay and south to Snettisham. We don't have an idea on what those abundances are or if there's really movement back and forth. We haven't done any collaring studies on that species. Mountain lions, we know we've just had primarily young males that have come in over the last 38 years. I think that number's at 5 that we know of. So I would feel that population would be different than, maybe more transient or migratory, intermittent than species like fisher that since the 90s we've consistently seen. Those numbers we don't know, but we have some years where trappers don't incidentally harvest any fishers, and then other years it's maybe 2 or 3. Mountain goats, I would think that most of them would stay on the Alaska side, just with the glaciers that really divide Alaska from Canada. And black bear home ranges are so much smaller, I would think most of that would stay on the U.S. side.
And do you have like a good rapport with the ministry in British Columbia? Do you guys ever talk about, is there ever need to contact the British Columbia ministry and talk about a species or anything like that?
We do have, Mr. Chairman, we do have good relationships with the Canadian research biologists typically. But oftentimes where our interactions come out is when we look to them for guidance on what can you teach us about fishers and mountain lions? So it's more in that regard than we don't really dual manage any species like the fisheries side of things.
Thank you for that. Other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. Can I get back to mountain lions real quick? You mentioned that they're mostly younger males, maybe kind of searching out for new territory, but no females at all have shown up, like they're not trying to actually start a population here, and then most of the time they go back into Canada? It's just kind of a temporary transition, or what do you think is going on?
Through the chair, Member Loring, yeah, I think it is just these dispersal events of typically young males. I don't have any evidence that we've had females, and we certainly aren't seeing, we have deer monitoring programs in all of our different areas, and we have not been picking them up on trail cameras. It just happens to be these incidents where a trapper incidentally catches one, or someone takes one out of season.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Loring prompted a question I have for you. Does Canada or the U.S. collar any of these cougars, and do we see what kind of movement's going on if that's happening?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I wish I had more information. We certainly have never had eyes or hands on a mountain lion in Southeast. I think the populations would be more established in southern British Columbia. I don't think the densities are very strong as you get into further northern Yukon and British Columbia. We will have our Deputy Director, Darren Bruning, online, who's managed mountain lions in the southern U.S. In previous years. He'll be on the line when we discuss some of those and may have some more information related to that.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last two questions. With moose antler configuration down here, it's been an issue for, at least 20 years since I've been paying attention to the board. Has there been any genetic studies done and the new buzzword is genetic diversity? Are we lacking some genetic diversity and recognizing what configuration of antlers that we have in the moose population?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I wish I hadn't gone through my species so quickly. One of the I felt like I was getting short on time, and I failed to mention a few of things about moose that I would like to. One thing that we know is that there are different subspecies of moose in Alaska, and that contact zone is right here in this unit. And so we have the western moose, which are known as Andersoni, and that is primarily what we see in this area. And those moose tend to have very different antlers, and the configurations have been adapted here in units 1B and 3 because of that through this board. As you get further north in southeast, we start to see gigas, which is the Alaska moose. And so we tend to have some larger moose antlers, and really it's more prevalent that we would have moose that are harvested under the 50-inch restriction in a place like Yakutat or in Haines. And so while we know that there are different species and we've done some genetics work in a place like Berners Bay where the population was introduced, there was not much mixing, and those antlers can be very large and very different. The work that I know that has been done genetics-wise, though, was Cassidy Colson did a master's project, and then Chris Huntermark used to work for the department and had a study in Haines, and a paper published here that discusses some of those genetics, and that's how I know that it is this is sort of that transition zone. Back in those days, though, there was not as much investigation into genetic diversity. This is kind of a more cutting-edge field that we're starting to learn more about in more recent decades with more powerful genetic tools. And so I don't know much about the diversity of moose in Southeast at all, let alone in this region. My instincts would say that because moose are highly mobile and have this transmission corridor through these transboundary rivers, that I would believe that there's more interchange with populations from interior Canada than when we get to these island populations of deer and bears and wolves, that we do tend to see lower genetic diversity just because there's not as many breeding opportunities for them when they're isolated on the islands.
And just my last question, the next to last photo was a photo of a wolf standing on the road. Was that a photo taken down here in Southeast?
Through the chair, Member Brett, great question, and I'm glad I actually know it because he was one of our accounting technicians who saw it in Juneau, driving up to Eagle Crest one morning about a dozen years ago. And yeah, there were times we have wolves on Douglas Island, and during that time period we had a few, and I think it's been a minute since somebody's had a wolf in.
I just recognize the exceptional color compared to what's normal down here.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, hey, thank you very much for that presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate it.
And the next up, we have Tessa Hasbrock. That's going to be talking about Sitka black-tailed deer. Do we need a little time in between to switch over? Okay, yeah, maybe we'll take a 5-minute quick break and come back on the record with Tessa.
I just have something to add really quick. I just wanted to ask board members to please remember when we're doing back and forth, we're really trying to manage sound levels, and we're almost getting to the squealing feedback today. So please try to only keep one mic open at a time and turn it off when you're doing back and forth. Thank you.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're back on the record. It is 10:35, and we have a report on Sitka black-tailed deer from Tessa Hasbrock. Take it away whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Tessa Hasbrook, and I am the deer research biologist for Southeast Alaska, and I'm stationed in Ketchikan. For the next 20 minutes, I'll be talking about Sitka black-tailed deer. Sitka black-tailed deer are a subspecies of mule deer endemic to the temperate rainforests of Southeast Alaska and coastal British Columbia. On this map, you can see within the green polygon, that's where Sitka black-tailed deer are. That's where their native range is, and you can see outside of this green polygon a couple areas that are also highlighted in green, and these areas are where deer have been transplanted to successfully. This includes Haida Gwaii in British Columbia, Prince William Sound, and the Kodiak Archipelago. Our Sitka black-tailed deer are well adapted to our temperate rainforest ecosystem. Within the ecosystem, within Southeast Alaska, Sitka black-tailed deer are found throughout Region 1. They inhabit most islands and most adjacent mainland areas. However, as Anthony pointed out, we have different predator guilds throughout Southeast, and we also have different plant communities. And our deer are an important part of the ecosystem and the food webs throughout Southeast. And so brown bear, black bear, and wolves all consume deer as part of their diets. However, they coexist in different parts of Region 1. So for instance, brown bears, black bears, and wolves, as Anthony had already mentioned, exist in 1A, 1D, 3, and 5. And all three of these consume deer as part of their diets. Bears tend to focus on fawns, especially fawns under 3 weeks old. Wolves can consume deer at any age class and any sex class. In Unit 2, Prince of Wales Island, we're working with just a black bear and wolf system, both of which commonly consume deer. And in Unit 4, the ABC Islands, Admiralty, Baranof, and Chichikov, we're working with just the brown bear system. So throughout these different predator guilds, deer are an important part of their diets. Gretchen will talk more about predator-prey interactions in her presentation. I also want to talk about ecosystem changes within Southeast Alaska, which Anthony brushed on in his presentation. So historically, the main source of disturbance in Southeast Alaska came from rain and wind events. We can have high rain and high winds, and these create landslides as well as small pockets of changes within our forested ecosystems. Wind throw can cause trees to fall down one or two at a time, or even bigger patches of wind throw. So historically, we had these small disturbances on their landscape that created mosaics within our forested ecosystems. However, since the 1950s, we've seen a change in the level of disturbance, mainly due to human disturbance in the form of logging legacy. And so logging started more heavily in the 1950s across Southeast, and this removed large portions of old-growth forests, with the highest rate occurring on Prince of Wales Island. Mark Williamson will talk a little bit more about that in his Unit 2 area overview. And since deer are so intrinsically connected with their habitat, I want to spend more time talking about how the forest regenerates following clear-cut logging. This was talked a little bit during Anthony's presentation, and I'm going to walk us through how the forest regenerates and how it impacts deer populations as well as hunting quality over time. I'm going to show this infographic. This infographic is also in a handout at the back of the room. It's also the poster on the wall back there. So following logging operations, when an area is freshly logged, we have young clear-cut conditions for the first 12 years or so. This first picture on the left shows what clear-cut conditions look like, and you can see that without the trees overhead, the canopy is completely open. When the canopy is open, this allows light to touch the forest floor, which allows that flush of forbs and highly nutritious plant material for deer to be very available. So we have high forage availability for deer within young clear-cuts. And we also know that hunters find these to be popular hunting grounds, and that's partially because this flush of forbs allows more deer to exist in that area, and it's also good visibility for hunters to locate deer. After 12 years or so, the trees start to grow up, and you can see in the image on the right that the trees are starting to grow. They're not that tall yet. The canopy is starting to close, but we still get a lot of daylight reaching the forest floor, which allows for that forage availability to still maintain and still be pretty highly available for deer. However, this makes for more challenging hunting conditions, and that's partially because it's harder for hunters to move through, more difficult for hunters to locate deer. It's also just holds fewer deer within this stand as compared to those fresh, clear-cut conditions. After about 25 years, we reach stem exclusion. This is the phase that Anthony talked about. And stem exclusion occurs when the trees have started to grow up taller, their limbs are growing out, and so the canopy is almost completely closed. And the stem exclusion phase creates a food desert for deer. By blocking out all the sunlight, we're not getting the growth of forbs or shrubs on the forest floor, and so there isn't that much food available to deer unless there's some sort of habitat treatments. And this stem exclusion phase can last until at least 120 years following clear-cut logging. The forage availability within these stands is pretty low. It's also difficult hunting conditions because it's difficult for hunters to move through this landscape. It's difficult for us to see the deer, and there's just not as many deer supported in stem exclusion. Sometime after 120 years, we start to reach our ideal old growth conditions. The trees have started to grow larger. We start to have those small pockets of trees that have fallen down from natural disturbances that allow light to reach the forest floor, which increases the number of forbs and shrubs that are available for deer to consume. And we also know that our hunters prefer old growth stands for hunting because there are more deer abundant in these areas, and it's easier for us to move through and to locate deer. And so these first 4 infographics that I showed focused on the summer months, the fall months, but it's also important for us to understand how the forest regeneration impacts deer during the winter months. Deer are pretty negatively influenced by heavy snowfall. Severe winters can have negative impacts on our deer populations, and that's essentially for 2 reasons. One, it's energetically challenging for deer to move through snow. Our deer are not very tall, and so it is exhausting for them to try and move through deep snow. But more importantly, snow covers forage that deer rely on. And so in our first pane on the left, in our fresh clear cut, the one that had the salad bowl of food for deer, snow covers that forage and makes it inaccessible to deer. And so the snow is deep in young clear cuts, and it covers the forage, and it's difficult for deer to move through. After 12 years, when the forest starts to regenerate and we get those younger trees, we see that those young trees are starting to intercept some of the snow, and so not all of the snow is landing on the forest floor, which means that it's not quite as deep in those conditions. However, the snow continues to cover the highly nutritious forbs and shrubs that deer prefer, although young conifers are available for deer within this habitat. When we reach our stem exclusion phase after 25 years, what we see is the canopy being closed is actually intercepting some of the snow. So the snow is less deep in these habitats. However, there is no forage available for deer within this food desert. After 120 years, when we reach these old growth conditions, and we've got the big trees intercepting snow, but we've got the patches that allow sunlight to reach the forest floor, we've got this balance of snow interception as well as food availability. And it's important for us to understand these changes through time because deer is such an important part of diets for people in Southeast Alaska and other places. So Sitka black-tailed deer are the most harvested big game species in Southeast Alaska, and the vast majority of harvest is actually done by Southeast residents. So in Region 1 in Southeast Alaska in 2024, over 7,000 deer made it into the freezers of locals in our communities. We also see that non-Southeast Alaskan residents, as well as non-resident hunters, come into Alaska to also harvest our Sitka black-tailed deer, but at a much smaller rate. So in 2024, 2024, over 7,000 deer were harvested by Southeast residents. Just over 600 deer were harvested by our friends and family from Homer and Fairbanks and other communities, and just under 500 deer were harvested by non-resident hunters. And hunters and managers alike commonly wonder, what is deer density? How many deer are out on our landscape? Unfortunately for us, when we're thinking about deer densities, they're small, elusive animals that are existing in our temperate rainforest ecosystems. So in this picture, there is a Sitka black-tailed deer. And I'll give you a moment to see if you can find it. There it is. You can barely see its white nose. And so they're elusive animals in the temperate rainforest, which makes it incredibly difficult for us to conduct a census. A census is when you count every single animal on the landscape. And when we think about doing wildlife censuses, we want a large animal in the very open landscape. And then you can fly over and count them all. Unfortunately, when you fly over Southeast Alaska, you commonly get something that looks a little bit more like this. Thankfully, there have been multiple tools created that allow us to monitor and study populations of wildlife such as Sitka black-tailed deer, and I'm going to talk about these for the rest of this presentation. So the first one I want to talk about is fecal DNA and the ability to use DNA in mark recapture projects. Todd Brinkman pioneered this on Prince of Wales Island and has found that fecal DNA can be used for Sitka black-tailed deer in these environments. We've also had a handful of collaring projects in Southeast on Sitka black-tailed deer, and we've also have camera methods that have been used to monitor species such as Sitka black-tailed deer and other wildlife within Southeast. And in more recent years, it's been found that if you combine these three tools, which have all been used independently, you can combine them all into an integrated population model, which is the gold standard for estimating elusive populations such as deer. A project in Northern California found that they could use these three tools to study and monitor the mule deer populations. And we decided to see if it's possible to do these same methods in this combined way for Sitka black-tailed deer in our ecosystem. So in 2018, we started a project in Petersburg, just north of where we're at in Wrangell on Mitkoff Island, using these methods to see if it's possible. And so we chose Petersburg for a few reasons. One reason is it's a town of about 3,000 people, many of whom rely on deer as a resource within their freezers. There's also a logging legacy that's created a mosaic of different habitats throughout Mitkoff, and also an extensive logging road system that allows us to access the area. We also have a currently abundant deer population on Mitkoff. I'm going to dive into how we use these three methods and the amount of data we collected on Mitkoff for each. Beginning with our fecal DNA collection, every animal leaves its cells and its DNA on the outside of its scat. And we have found that if we can collect those cells and those DNA, we can identify individual animals to be used in mark recapture projects. So every year in the winter, we would conduct 15 transects looking for deer pellets. We would repeat every transect 3 times per year. This top picture shows you 5 transects at one of our data sites. We would start on the road, we would work our way up to the beginning of the transect, and we would follow the path until we found deer pellets. Once we found deer pellets, if we deemed them to be fresh enough, we would swab them with Q-tips, put them into an envelope, mark what habitat they're in, as well as the specific location. And at the end of the season, we'd send all of our swabs to the University of Idaho lab. Once we found pellets, we would continue on our merry way up the transect until we completed it. By the end of the project, we submitted over 1,000 samples to the University of Idaho lab, who did our genetic analyses. The second portion of the project involved a collaring effort. We collared 51 deer, 49 of these were does, 2 were bucks. Deer carried their collars for 2 years and then were programmed to fall off. Once they fell off, we'd have to find them in the field in order to collect the data. The collars collected locations every 2 hours. The vast majority of our deer survived their whole 2-year tenure, and we had to swap out SD cards and batteries and bring the SD cards back, and we generated about 400,000 images per year. The main purpose of this project was to understand deer density and deer abundance on Mitkoff. However, by using these tools, we can look at a whole host of other questions. Some of these are in regards to population structure, such as what are buck-doe ratios and twinning rates. And some of them are more in regards to phenology. So when do bucks lose their velvet? When are fawns born? And so for the rest of this presentation, I'm going to dive into how we're going to use these tools to answer these questions. So using our collars, we'll be able to look at deer home range sizes. This is an example of one of our does who lived her entire 2 years with her collar on in a 1 square kilometer range. And we'll be able to assess if the deer on Mitkoff all follow the same size home range. We'll also be able to look at if our deer have seasonal movements. So here's an example of one deer who clearly had a summer range and a winter range that were only separated by about 1 kilometer. We'll be able to look at habitat selection through the collar data as well as our fecal DNA transects, and we'll be able to look at how deer use and select different stands, different managed stands or unmanaged stands, as well as different habitats such as wooded areas and muskeg. We'll be able to look at buck-doe ratios. This should show a camera and pellets instead of a collar, but we'll be able to assess buck-doe ratios across Mitkoff, which is a common metric used for managers in the lower 48. Using our cameras, we'll be able to look at when fawns are born and what are twinning rates. We'll also be able to look at when antlers harden and when bucks drop their antlers. The collars will show us the main causes of mortality. This photo is an example of one of our deer that the collar showed a mortality signal, and when we went out to investigate, we determined that this doe was consumed by wolves. And then we'll also be able to assess some of the questions we have about how snow impacts the deer population. And we'll be able to use our cameras as well as our collars to assess these relationships. We didn't have any deer die during this project due to winter conditions, even though 2021 did have a slightly harder snow year than other years, but we might be able to understand if deer select different habitats or if they change their home range size. And so we started this project in 2018. Data collection wrapped up last year. We returned to the woods and received all 88 cameras. We collected our last deer pellets, and we retrieved our last collars from the woods. It was a fun project, high effort, high time, relatively high cost. And while we were working on this, our management team was actually working on a simpler project using cameras. And so we'll also be able to compare this robust project to a simpler camera-only project. So I'll walk you through this figure. The blue squares show where I had my camera grids. The orange squares show you where I had camera grids that overlapped with our transect surveys. The white polygons show where we captured deer on Mitkoff Island. And then while I was working and our team was working on this project, Frank Robbins, the Petersburg area biologist, was maintaining cameras on these pink dots. So he had his own 40 cameras set up, and so we'll be able to compare these methods of the simple camera method to this robust project that was essentially just a snapshot in time. Not only was Frank doing this on Mitkoff, but we also had our area biologists maintaining their own camera grids on Mitkoff, on Gravina, Douglas, Baranoff, and Chichagoff. And it'll be exciting to see if these two methods compare to each other. I want to acknowledge that this has been a group project. Dan Ecker was the deer biologist prior to me, and he was the brains behind creating this project. I also want to thank my home community of Petersburg, who's been very receptive to this research and very curious about the outputs. Frank Robbins and Hillary Wood in the Petersburg office did a lot of logistics. University of Idaho did all of our genetic analyses for us, and then we had a whole host of people help with field and technical assistance. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge that I've only talked about my own research project within Region 1, but we have several other groups doing research as well. The University of Alaska Fairbanks has projects ongoing with Sitka black-tailed deer. So does Oregon State University in collaboration with the United States Forest Service. Black-tailed Deer Foundation has some ongoing research, and there are others as well. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them. And I'll remind you that this handout is available at the back of the room, as well as the poster on the back wall. And it just shows our forest regeneration through time and how it influences deer hunting and deer abundance.
Tessa, thanks a whole bunch for that. That was a great presentation. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Tessa. I appreciated that. A couple of just questions on the collars and how they work. You said they're programmed to drop off in 2 years, where they just have like a cotton thing that rots and they just fall off, or how does that work?
There's a mechanism that you can connect to collars that I believe have a small little charge that causes them to disconnect from each other.
Okay. And then are there GPS collars, or do you actually have to go out and retrieve a SD card?
Through the chair, Member Loring. Yes, so they are GPS collars. I do receive GPS locations every 2 days via satellite. So if we never receive the collar, we have some course data, but in order for us to get those 2-hour fix rates, I do have to retrieve the collar.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Tessa, for that presentation. It was, looks like a really fun and interesting project you're involved in. And just a couple questions. One, since logging is a fairly recent event, maybe 100 years or a little more, would the deer populations must have been substantially lower back pre-logging, before 1880s? Is that a good assumption?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. I don't have research that shows what populations were back then. However, old growth conditions are ideal for our Sitka black-tailed deer. And so we had old growth conditions prior to our logging legacy. And those old growth conditions provide that nice balance between snow interception and forage availability. And so I don't know if it's fair to say that the populations were lower back then, because that was their ideal habitat that they were adapted for. Populations increase immediately following clear-cut logging for those first 12 years, but that's relatively short and not necessarily the normal population level for our environment.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Another question, just regarding your methods for gathering your data, mainly collaring game cameras and pellet grids, but have you ever tried, or is it even rational to use like drones? I know they have limited ranges, but drones as far as like infrared or night vision, would that, or are you guys already started that?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, we have not used drones yet in Southeast Alaska. Our counterparts in Kodiak have started trying to see if they could use drones for portions of their research projects, and they actually used drones to help locate deer, to find them so that they could dart them and collar them. There's other research occurring in other places of the world that are trying to use drones on animals, and so far the technology seems limited for penetrating our dense forested ecosystems. So drones might be more possible for mountain goats right now, or deer in alpine areas, but we are still limited by range. We are starting to explore drone use though in Alaska, and I think they'll be an exciting tool for us in the future as methods start to be better developed.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Tessa. That was very interesting. On page 4, you had 3 types of forests, and one was other forests. So I was wondering, compared to what you talked right about after that, about clear cut, less than 12 years old, 12 to 25 years in old growth, what does the other forest represent in that slide? There you go.
Through the chair, Member Brett, thank you for your patience as I moved through those slides. And so within this, this figure shows old growth conditions as well as other forest. If I recall correctly, the other forest is I'm blanking right now. Hold on.
That's okay, you can get back to us when it
Yeah,
comes to you.
if
Thank
you don't mind, I've lost my train of thought, and I will get back to you.
That happens to me all the time. Any other questions for Member Garner?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, very interesting. Sticking with the ecosystem there, and the slides thereafter showing the clear-cut forest, the, under 12-year, 12 to 25-year, and then the 25 to 120-year having the most negative impact on the deer population. With lands down in the southeast, and I'm very familiar with the logging and the logging industry in and around Kodiak Island, but are there landowners that that the department knows of landowners or logging companies that are doing timber stand improvement projects with these clear cuts? I know within Kodiak we do hand planting of trees, and then we'll also do timber stand improvement projects that cut the undergrowth so that you do get that vegetation. Is that occurring here?
Through the chair, Member Garner, within Southeast Alaska, I'm not aware of any hand planting. However, there are different land managers that do implement habitat treatments. And it's done in some areas in a different variety of ways. And there are groups that are working. Ross will talk about, in his presentation, a collaborative effort between Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Black-tailed Deer Foundation, the Forest Service, Sealaska, and a number of other entities that are working together to try and identify the stands that have the highest need for habitat treatments and how to implement habitat treatments to benefit deer populations as well as hunting opportunities. So habitat treatments do occur, and they occur inconsistently throughout the landscape in a number of different methods. And yes, there is efforts to try and enhance those, as well as research projects trying to understand more the relationship between different stands and different habitat treatments on deer.
Member Loring.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Tessa, on some of the introduced populations, say Prince William Sound and Kodiak, I know there's logging going on there also. And they're not so much a rainforest environment like Southeast is, but have you talked to the researchers? Does the regrowth kind of follow the same trend as Southeast does, and the populations grow higher those first 10 to 12 years and they kind of slack off? Is it the same process as just seen in Southeast, or because we're in kind of a different forest situation? Thank you.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I am less familiar with the other ecosystems and how those forests regenerate. I have had discussions with colleagues in Kodiak and Cordova about what they find to be limiting factors with their deer populations. And both areas are considering cameras and trying to understand their deer populations in relation to those habitat changes, but I can't speak towards how those forests regenerate there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last question. Do you have an age class distribution for your callers?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, when we collared deer, we primarily determined if they were yearlings or adults. And that's the level of data we have in terms of age class.
Thank you.
Hey, my experience with Sitka black-tailed deer is on Kodiak Island and the south end of Kodiak Island. And maybe about 20 years ago, I saw my first what they call crypt orchids. It's a stag, basically, right? A ton of mass, stays in velvet a long time. It doesn't reproduce, but they become more and more prevalent, and you see them in pockets. Are those a part of this population down here at all? Are they noted? Do you see those?
Mr. Chair, we have not, to my knowledge, we have not noted cryptorchidism occurring within Southeast Alaska. If it has, it's been extremely rare. And actually, I'm going to backtrack because I remember one story of one deer, and I can't recall where. So it's not nearly as prevalent as it is on Kodiak Island. I did receive a note if I could respond to the comment about the other forest. This one, if you don't mind. So the green shows your old growth conditions, and the light green, the other forest, is the less productive forest types. So this is second growth, lower class volume stands, our scrub forest, mixed forest, as well as our muskeg systems. Thank you for your patience on that.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that presentation. And next up, we'll have Gretchen Roffler. And if you could state your name and what your St. Bernard weighs. Do we need a minute to change? Okay. Were you in the picture with the St. Bernard, or did I have the wrong person? Oh. Could I get like a size 18 harness for that dog? And just a reminder to anybody that's wanting to testify, I think those blue cards are available here at the front desk if you want to grab one of those and fill them out. Probably after lunch we might get to some of those. Oh, just click that little button and that microphone will light up.
How's that? Great. Hello there. I'd just like to introduce myself. My name is Gretchen Roffler. I am the predator prey research biologist for Region 1, based in Douglas, and I'm really grateful to have the opportunity today to share some of the research that we've been working on in Region 1. Okay. Right, so today I'm just going to give a general overview of the Predator-Prey Research Program in Region 1. And here our work is mainly focused on wolves. So I'll first give an overview of some of the programs that we're working on at the regional level, and then provide some more detail on some ongoing research that's focused on Game Management Unit 2. And of course, the main objective of our research program is to provide key information for management. And we have 3 major projects throughout the region, one on wolf predation patterns, one on spatial patterns, and a project on range-wide genetic structure of wolves. So I'm going to start talking about the predation pattern study of wolves. So the objective of this study is to assess seasonal and regional differences in wolf predation rates. And this project began in the spring of 2018, and our last field season was during winter of 2024. And we captured and collared 23 wolves and instrumented them with GPS collars. These wolves were in 8 packs over 5 main study areas. And shown here on the map are the home ranges of the 8 wolf packs distributed throughout Southeast Alaska. So a lot of the previous collaring studies in Region 1 were focused on Game Management Unit 2. So here, we wanted to gain more information about wolf predation behavior throughout the region. So some of the initial valuable information that we've been able to gain from these GPS-collared wolves is information about variation in their home size. So what we found is that the average home range size of wolves in Southeast Alaska is about 150 square miles, but it varies substantially from 20 square miles to about 300 square miles. So in order to study wolf predation patterns, we investigated wolf GPS location clusters. And these are clusters of GPS collar locations where wolves spent many hours in one location. And we got these wolf locations from the GPS collars from the captured wolves, which were then transmitted via satellite to our computers. And then we used a clustering program that has been used in other wolf studies throughout the world to identify the wolf clusters. We then downloaded these cluster locations to our navigation devices, and then we made our way to every cluster that we could by using boats or helicopters, trucks, and hiking to get to these spots. And many of these clusters are places where wolves have spent a lot of time just resting, but a portion of them were kill sites. And at each of these kill sites, we identified the species that was killed, its sex, age, and body condition when that was possible. And over the course of 6 years, we identified over 1,400 wolf GPS clusters, which included 269 wolf kill sites that we could identify with confidence. We also investigated 104 sites that consisted of old prey or prey that were killed by other species, including bears, animals that died of starvation or in avalanches or were killed by hunters. And this figure here represents the proportional number of kills of each species that we found in each of the wolf home ranges. So these results show a lot of spatial variation in predation patterns of wolves across the region. Most of the kill sites were ungulates, either deer or mountain goats or moose, depending on the specific wolf home range and what prey were available to them within their home range. For example, if we could look at one of the areas on Wrangell Island in the area just near Ketchikan, and that's the home range shape that is in purple, just over half of the wolf kills were deer, and about a third of the kills were mountain goats. In contrast, if we look at Edelin, which is that green shape a little bit farther to the north, we could see that all the kill sites that we found were deer. And this was despite the presence of elk on the island. So then going further to the north, up to Berners Bay, and that's that shape in yellow, what we found is that Berners Bay wolves killed moose and mountain goats in roughly equal proportions. They also killed beaver as an alternate prey. In some areas, salmon were a key prey seasonally in the summer, and marine mammals, especially sea otters, were common prey, especially in areas where they've recovered and reached very high densities, particularly in the northern part of the archipelago. Meanwhile, in a parallel investigation, we were also studying the diets of Southeast Alaska wolves by analyzing DNA from wolf scat. So for many decades, wolf studies have relied on using scats to understand wolf habits here in Southeast Alaska and also around the world. So our study followed in the same path, but we used new technology to more accurately portray wolf diets by identifying prey from DNA in the wolf scats. This method can reveal rare or difficult to identify species, better than other methods that can miss those species. So we traveled far and wide and we collected 860 wolf scats throughout the region over almost a decade. And then we sent them to our collaborators at Oregon State University, where they were analyzed in their lab. And from these wolf scats, we identified 55 prey species. And the figure here shows the composition of wolf diets in each of our study areas based on the relative frequency of prey. And the size of each pie chart is proportional to sample size. So the larger the pie circles, the more samples we were able to collect from each of those areas. And of course, the slice of pie is proportional to the amount of prey of that species the wolves consumed in that area. So for example, if we look at Prince of Wales Island, which is the really big circle, deer, shown in red, was found in 55% of the wolf scats. So this was, of course, the main prey of wolves on Prince of Wales Island. But beaver was also found in 21% of the scats, and bear in 10% of the scats, black bear. So these species were also important alternate prey for wolves here. On some islands, wolves relied heavily on sea otters and other marine mammals, and this shows that wolves are adaptable and they can survive by eating many different kinds of prey. And this dietary flexibility helps wolves persist at high densities even when their usual prey is depleted. And in some cases, this can result in some reductions of their main prey. And this effect can be especially strong, we found, on small islands. In a case study, we found that on Pleasant Island, wolves switched from deer to sea otters as the deer population became depleted due to wolf predation. Sea otters have recovered in this icy strait region, also in other parts of Southeast Alaska, but here they become very abundant, and this new food source allowed wolves to survive and continue to reproduce even as the deer numbers dropped sharply. And this eventually led to no deer left on the island. So throughout our studies of GPS-collared wolves and investigating kill sites at GPS clusters, we've documented 76 wolf-killed sea otters in the Pleasant Island and the neighboring Gustavus Forelands wolf pack home ranges during the first years of our study. And since then, we've expanded our research into other areas to try to learn more about this. We've learned that where sea otters have recovered, wolves have been able to learn how to kill and eat them. So on this lower map, the red dots are where we have found wolf scats that contain sea otter. Our ongoing research is in coordination with our collaborators at Oregon State University, and we're working on the Alaska Peninsula and on Prince of Wales Island, also in Glacier Bay National Park. And all three of these studies have shown that about 20% of the wolf scats contain sea otter. So for the next research project that is focused throughout the region, I'm going to speak briefly about spatial pattern research. So first of all, dispersal. The GPS data from our collared wolves has also helped us learn about wolf movement patterns, such as dispersal distances. So this is when wolves leave their packs. And out of 23 of our collared wolves, 5 of them dispersed from their natal pack during our predation study. And this map here shows the dispersal patterns of 3 of them, just as an example. And these dispersal distances ranged from 30 miles to over 2,000 miles. So there is a very broad range of variation in dispersal distances. The dispersal distances also lasted between 5 days and a year, so also a lot of variation in the amount of time wolves dispersed. So something we're interested in is understanding better how wolves are able to cross water bodies and travel between islands or between islands and the mainland. And this is important for understanding how connected these wolf populations are and the potential for immigrants to settle and join a new population. So this GPS collar data gives us a unique opportunity to view the fine-scale movement patterns of wolves in this environment. And we found that dispersing wolves did cross water bodies and often included swims from a half a mile to up to 4 miles in distance. Of course, these distances are dependent on the marine currents and marine conditions. Some of the dispersing wolves were actually able to join other packs, and some of them were killed by other wolves. Some of them were trapped. So in another study, we used GPS data from collared wolves on Prince of Wales Island to understand how logging and changes in forest vegetation can affect where wolves go and how fast they move. And what we found is that wolves preferred open habitats. These are areas with less forest canopy and less understory cover. These open areas make it easier for wolves to move and to hunt. So these open areas, including muskegs and young clearcuts, have also been shown previously from other research to be areas where deer are more vulnerable to predation. Wolves move faster through areas with less vegetation and slower through the older and denser forests. Wolf selection of young versus old log forest really varied by individual and season. And this indicates that wolves express a lot of individual variation in their behavior patterns. They're a very flexible species. Roads did not strongly affect wolf movement or habitat selection in this study. And there was big individual differences in wolf behavior. So the third project I'm going to be discussing briefly that's occurring at the regional level is a study on the range-wide genetic structure of wolves. So this project was initiated during the last Environmental Species Act Species Status Assessment to respond to a request for information from the U.S. Forest Service about the genetics of wolves throughout their entire range. And this spans a very large area through Southeast Alaska and through coastal British Columbia, shown in gray on this map. And the size of this total area is over 85,000 square miles. So this is a very big study. And our main questions are, is there gene flow and connectivity of populations across the border? That was one of the previous questions. If we are assessing any movement of species across the border, this is just one case where we are attempting to understand that a little bit better. And then we're also trying to find out if there's differences in genetic diversity throughout the range of these coastal wolves. We've been working since 2022 to collect DNA samples from across the range to answer these questions. And in Alaska, we've been using samples from harvested wolves that we collect at the time of sealing. But in British Columbia, it's been much more difficult to get these samples because wolf harvest is extremely low. So we've had to use non-invasive sampling. We've been collaborating with Canadian federal and provincial government agencies and also the University of Alberta to complete field work on the Canadian side of the border. And this has been fairly involved. We've used boats to do non-invasive sampling in different island groups. And primarily we're collecting snagged hair from hair boards, and we're also collecting wolf scat. And we're trying to get DNA from these samples. And so far we've collected over 1,500 samples, and we now have 453 genotypes from 319 wolves. So we are hoping to attempt one more year of sampling next summer. And then after we have our genetic data, we'll move into the data analysis phase. Okay, so in this next part of this presentation, I'm going to transition to focusing on research projects that are ongoing in Game Management Unit 2. And this is a focal area of management concerns, so we do have several ongoing research projects here. And we're focused on this area because as others have mentioned, there's a history of logging and habitat change, and also due to ESA and other legal challenges. So there's three parts to this part of the presentation. We're looking at how past events shaped the wolf population, what we're doing in the present to expand our population sampling, and then what we're doing to prepare for the future and our future research. So starting with the past. What we're trying to understand here are patterns of the past, because this is something that can influence the current genetic characteristics of the population. And from another independent research project, we know that wolves arrived into Southeast Alaska about 16,000 years ago after the last glacial maximum. And wolves in Southeast Alaska diverged from nearby populations in interior Alaska and interior British Columbia, and they've consistently demonstrated a low effective population size that's been declining for the past approximately 600 years. And in this lower figure on the right, we can see circled is the Southeast Alaska population in comparison to these other populations that were studied from interior regions of BC and Alaska and in Russia. And our population here started out smaller, and it declined at a faster rate. This decline has been particularly steep during the past 280 years. So that's just setting the stage. We thought that was interesting. We were at the same time conducting our own genetic study of wolves in Southeast Alaska to assess genetic structure and variation and the extent of inbreeding. And for our study, we genotyped 58 wolves throughout the range. And we used genomic sequencing also to get genetic data from wolves at over 30,000 SNPs. SNPs are locations throughout an animal's DNA that are variable. So by looking at all of them, we can tell individual wolves apart. And we can also understand how they're all related. So the population genetic structure analyses revealed 3 distinct populations consistent with geographic features such as islands and mountains and large fjords. And the 3 populations are represented by different colors in this map on the left. Each pie on the map represents an individual wolf and how much of their individual ancestry assigns to each of these 3 populations. So an individual with mixed colors indicates a recent immigrant or an offspring of a recent immigrant. For example, on the northern mainland, there are a few wolves that have both blue, meaning the northern group ancestry, and green, meaning Southeast Island group ancestry. So we can interpret this to mean that these wolves recently immigrated from the South Islands to the northern mainland. Individual wolves that are mostly one color have a strong population assignment to the population where they were sampled. And case in point, the Prince of Wales Island wolves were the most genetically distinct of these 3 groups, which mirrors their relative geographic isolation in this system. So the wolves in the Prince of Wales Island group had the lowest genetic diversity and the highest inbreeding values. And we detected 1 wolf immigrant, or potentially an offspring of an immigrant, to Prince of Wales Island during the study. And this wolf became a breeding male that sired 2 litters of pups. We were fortunate to, by happenstance, capture this wolf and collar it. So we were able to learn quite a bit about this individual wolf that we identified as an immigrant to Prince of Wales Island. However, this was the only case of an immigrant detected using either genetic data or GPS collar data during our study and previous studies. All 3 Alaska wolf populations identified in the study experienced a bottleneck during the past 10 wolf generations, which corresponds to approximately the early 1970s, although the bottleneck in the Prince of Wales Island wolf group was the highest. And low genetic diversity and high inbreeding coefficients reflect the declining effective population size. And this is also what the other study showed. So this information really corroborated what we already knew about this population. So for the next steps in our wolf genetic research, we're going to be using expanded genetic markers to sequence more Southeast Alaska wolves and dig deeper into their genetic history. We're going to be using whole genome sequencing, which will provide a lot more information. And we're also going to be sequencing more wolves. So we'll have a larger sample size, increasing the current sample size of 58 to hundreds of wolves. And we're doing this work in collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service National Genomic Center for Fish and Wildlife Conservation. And this project will give us deeper insights into how population size and migration patterns have changed over time, and the history of isolation or connectivity of these island and mainland wolf groups, and whether inbreeding has potentially reduced wolf fitness. So inbreeding is something that can eventually lead to inbreeding depression with negative fitness effects, including reduced litter sizes, lower survival, or lower reproductive success. Wolves in this area have had over the past decade a relatively robust and stable population. And we haven't detected evidence of inbreeding depression, such as reduced reproduction or pup survival. However, we aren't explicitly measuring these fitness traits, and this is something that's very hard to do in the wild. So as an alternative, we have a new research project to measure genetic load or the accumulation of deleterious genetic variants, which could lead to reductions in fitness. And we're going to assess the effects of potential wolf relocations or natural migrations on increasing genetic diversity. We're also going to assess the effects of other management actions on this wolf population. And as we do this, we need to determine collectively what success is and how we can measure that. So it's important to now establish monitoring programs so we can measure these changes over time, and we can assess what the success is of our management actions. Okay, so moving into the present, what we're focusing on now is expanded population sampling. So as many of you know, Game Management Unit 2 is very large and rugged. There are many remote areas, and wolves, they can be elusive. They're not easy to study. To understand the current population status, we're expanding our sampling and we're using new methods. So we're now using detection dogs to help us find wolf scat. We're working with Kayla Fratt, who is a PhD student from Oregon State University and a professional dog handler who's leading this project. And DNA in the scat is used to both identify individual wolves, and from the same sample, we can also learn about what they're eating. We're conducting boat-based sampling at 22 sites on the outer islands of Game Management Unit 2, the Snow Pass Islands, and the southern wilderness of Prince of Wales Island, and also the southern part of Kiyu Island and even Coronation Island. We're also sampling the Prince of Wales Island road system. So we will use these individual wolf genotypes that we get from SCAT and also images from 60 trail cameras that we have deployed at the sites to help us understand how many wolves live in these previously unmonitored areas of Game Management Unit 2. So far, over 2 field seasons, we've collected over 1,400 scats, and we have 1 field season left. So we're also conducting deer sign surveys at the sites to try to get an estimate of deer presence and abundance on these very small islands. So another project that we're working on is testing camera-based methods to estimate the wolf, deer, and black bear populations across previously unmonitored areas in Game Management Unit 2. We're working with the University of Alaska Fairbanks Cooperative Research Unit faculty and 1 PhD student and 1 master's student. So this project began in 2022, and we're currently monitoring 96 cameras distributed throughout Prince of Wales Island. The cameras are placed in previously unmonitored areas, including in the southern portion of Prince of Wales Island off the road system. And so far, we've collected 5 million camera images, and they've been processed and species in the images identified, including wolves, deer, and black bears. And these data will be used to evaluate deer occupancy, predator-prey spatial patterns, and to estimate the abundance of wolves, bear, and deer. And also to evaluate if cameras can provide us with a reliable source of information for monitoring and management into the future. And so for my very last slides, we're just going to be talking briefly about some plans that we have for the future. So to help ensure sustainable management of the wolf population over time, we're working on developing some powerful new tools, including genetic tools. And these tools are designed to identify individual wolves and also family relationships using DNA from hair and scat. And this will enhance our routine population estimates by allowing us to use more types of samples. We're also proposing to monitor reproduction of wolves with field studies and family relationship data, and to continue sequencing wolves at regular intervals so that we can monitor changes in inbreeding if they occur, and genetic diversity over time. So we're working on the first steps of establishing a wolf genetic monitoring program in this unit. So an important component to success of this project is development of a genetic marker panel that's powerful enough to identify individuals and assess structure and build family trees. So we currently obtain wolf DNA from high-quality harvest samples and also from non-invasive hair samples collected during the annual population estimate effort each fall with hair boards. So this new tool will also allow us to get DNA from wolves and the same genotype data from wolf scats. So we work with several labs, but because each lab uses a different set of markers, these data aren't currently comparable, and they can't be combined. So we're working on developing a tool that can be used for all projects across all labs, so we can continue working our collaborative efforts. Let's see. And this is just a flow chart, which sort of describes a scenario of how we can collect samples from harvested wolves, from hair boards, and also from scat. Run it through our genetic marker panel and help provide information on various measures like identifying individual wolves for the annual population estimates, measuring gene flow and migration on and off the island, also identifying family groups to help us improve estimates, monitor any changes in inbreeding, and then as a bonus, we get to study wolf diets from the scat. And so with that, I just would like to thank all of our collaborators who have supported this project and contributed substantially, and especially thank all of the people that helped conduct every aspect of this project, from hiking around in the woods, collecting samples and investigating wolf GPS clusters, people who helped us get to these sites by plane and helicopter and boat, people that worked in the lab to analyze all of our samples, and people that provided logistical support. So thanks to everyone, and I'll end with some photos from the field of all these people working really hard to collect data to help support our research projects in Region 1. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. It's quite a group of people there too, so a lot of collaborative effort. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first one's to do with the collaring. And following that, So you had a 6-year study, and in that graph that you showed that there was none of those packs or home ranges ever changed. So what were the age classes of the collars that you put on wolves?
Okay, through the chair, Member Brett. The age classes varied of the wolves that we captured. They ranged from 3 to 4 years old, adults, to 1 year old.
And so were any of those like collars on alpha, female, and males that would establish the pack?
Through the chair, Member Brett, indeed, we did have a couple of reproductive individuals. With the females, it was obvious because they had teats or were lactating. We later were able to determine through tracking their collars and GPS locations that they had entered a den and had reproduced. And likewise, we were able to determine the breeding males from their attendance at the den. And the next step in this project is we have been able to collect genetic information from each of these captured wolves. And now I'm interested in trying to do some paternity studies from wolves that we've also sampled in their pack to determine the breeding male and female.
And the last one on collaring. So in that 5 or 6 year study, not one of those 3 or 4 home ranges that you showed, none of those packs ever completely disappeared and dispersed, either through competition from other packs or human harvest?
Through the chair, Member Brett, not during our study period. That's not something that we did see. Occasionally, from year to year, there was some variation. We have probably the longest longevity of collared wolves in the Gus Davis pack home range, and there was a bit of expansion during some years, and in some years, some contraction of their home range. But overall, it remained relatively stable.
Great, thank you.
Other questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Gretchen, for that report. That was really interesting. On that same chart there, it's interesting, this wolf predation pattern chart. It's interesting to see that the study didn't show, it showed that the wolves eat bears, moose, deer, and but not elk. Is it just because their take was so low that it didn't show up on your on that, or was it they don't like elk meat?
Member Hoffman, through the chair. That is a very good question and something that I am also very intrigued about. I can give just a little bit more detail about this study. We investigated kill sites during 2 months of the year. So 1 month was during late summer and 1 month was during late winter. So we really focused on collecting data during those 2 periods of time. And indeed, we did not find an elk kill during those 2 months. We had 4 study seasons, so 2 years of data, kill site data from Edelin Island. Something else that we did is we collected wolf scat, and we also we investigated den sites. So the collared male that dispersed to Edelin Island and joined this wolf pack appears to be the breeding male of this pack. And so we were able to find the den sites, and we investigated later in summer and collected all the scats of the adults and the pups that we could find. And in the pup scats, we did find a higher proportion of elk in their scat relative to deer. And something I'm curious about is if it is just, if elk calves are more, neonates are more available to wolves than the adult elk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that makes sense, thank you. The other part, you may or may not know this, but I was just curious, on the predation on sea otters, does any of your studies show how they take these sea otters? Is it a pack effort or individual, and how many sea otters do they take? Like one every day, or do you know?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, another great question. Yes, so we did investigate the GPS clusters for investigating kill sites of sea otters. We did investigate 76 sea otters that we could confirm were killed by wolves. In some cases, there were multiple sea otters at each of these kill sites. We did have periods of time when we had several collared wolves in each pack that we could track their data, and they were both of the collared wolves would be located at the kill site. What seems to happen is that sea otters do haul out. They haul out on rocky reefs that are just offshore, and occasionally they do haul out on land, and they do that to conserve energy. But of course, they're fairly awkward on land, and the wolves are able to ambush them. So when we look at the GPS collar data that's associated with each of these kill sites, we see locations that go out actually below the mean high tide line, out towards these rocky reefs. And then the actual sea otter kill is usually found on land. So it appears that the wolves drag them back upshore. And we know this because we've seen drag marks. We've also captured the dragging behavior on trail cameras. And then finally, I was lucky to have a really fortunate observation, not here, but on the Alaska Peninsula in Katmai. In this partner project, we witnessed 3 wolves swimming out to an island at very low tide and ambushing a sea otter, killing it and consuming it. So in that case, there were 3 of them, and they worked together. Sea otters can be fairly large. They can weigh, 60 pounds up to 100 pounds for a large male. So I would think that a wolf would really only be able to subdue it if it was on land and not in water. And we often see bite marks on the backs of their heads and on their necks and on their torsos. So they seem to be grabbing them.
Other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gretchen, I'm always intrigued about trail cameras and with technology. Are these trail cameras sending information through GPS to satellites, or is it cell information, or do you actually have to go in the field and recover SD cards and go back and analyze them? What's the technology now with trail cameras?
Through the chair, Member Loring, these cameras that we're using, we actually have to physically go to the site to collect the SD card and then download the photos. So we tend to do that periodically to check the batteries and then also change the camera cards. We're not using the types of cameras that do send photos remotely.
Other questions from board members? Member Mueller.
Hi, Gretchen. Thank you for your presentation. Let's see. I'm on slide number 8 with the wolf predation patterns. I did have a question for the 55 prey species. Did you, by any chance, if I might have missed it, but just to confirm, based on seasonality with the ungulates, is it more during calving season per se for what their diet items are throughout the year, or did you notice it primarily during the calving season?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, that's a great question. I did look at seasonality. We're really able to divide these samples into 2 seasons, summer and winter. And in terms of deer, especially on Prince of Wales Island, I did not detect a difference. There wasn't any significant statistical difference between the seasonality and ungulate consumption. That was something I was expecting to see, but we did not.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question that I have is, could you share a little bit more on the predation on the goats, out of curiosity?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, yes, the goat predation it's interesting. It's higher than I was expecting. You know, what we saw is that wolves, so I'm going to just actually go to that slide again. So this is from the investigating collared wolf locations. The goat predation occurred primarily on Wrangell Island in the wolf pack that lives near Ketchikan, and then also in Berners Bay. And likely it happens in many other places. We just haven't studied wolves in those areas. And what we found is that the wolves actually make pretty rapid movements up into the mountains from lower elevations on a regular basis to go hunting goats. And looking at the GPS collar locations, you can see they start above the goats and sort of work their way down and push the goats down the mountain. In a couple of cases, we found that wolves pushed goats into bodies of water, and that's where they were able to kill them.
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that with all of us.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Gretchen. On that, yeah, you got it there. I guess it wasn't. I'm looking at the scat analyzation of predator, the 55 different ones. What caught my eye is there, and I believe, all of them are prey species for wolves, except, other marine mammals besides river otters. Is it that they're preying on other marine mammals, or are they scavenging off other marine mammals?
Okay, through the chair, Member Brett. So yes, in this study specifically, we were collecting scat and then identifying the prey in the scat. So it's not really possible for us to say how the wolves got these species. We only know that they consume them. So that's one of the reasons we did the other study in coordination with this, so that we could look more closely at the wolf movement behavior and then trying to go to these kill sites as soon as possible so we could identify the prey that were actually killed by wolves. And in those cases, the marine mammal that we mostly found killed by wolves was sea otter. We did find remains of harbor seal and harbor porpoise. In those cases, the remains were fairly old. It appeared that the wolves were revisiting an old kill site, or possibly just scavenging a site from a marine mammal that had died from another reason.
Thank you. So I have just two more questions. So one is, you mentioned that there was a population of maybe, you had a higher population of wolves 16,000 years ago than currently today. And I'm listening to this presentation, and all the technology and modernization that we have today, we have a very difficult time estimating or knowing the population of wolves. How do we figure that there was more wolves 16,000 years ago than there is today?
Through the chair, Member Brett, so this study, of course, we didn't conduct this study ourselves, but they are basing this on a population genetic term called effective population size. So they're able to calculate that from genetic data from each of the individuals that they included in this study.
even though we have limited genetics.
And that's part of the reason, yes.
And then my last question is inbreeding depression. You mentioned two indicators, litter size and health. Aren't these the same two indicators that indicate the condition of the range or the habitat that lead to smaller litter sizes or smaller weights in wolves or less reproductive?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yes, that is true. So it can be hard to distinguish what the cause is for these different factors that we see in the population. So that's one of the reasons that we hope to continue to keep monitoring the population and applying some of these new tools that we're developing so we can track it over time. And we'd like to also potentially get some more information on wolf reproduction in the field, so field observations and trying to relate that to other factors in the environment, such as deer abundance and habitat quality.
Great, thank you.
Member Batesville.
Thank you, Gretchen. I have one question. So you indicated that the bottleneck was in the early 70s. Is there any evidence that might be tied to the really severe winter of 1972 and maybe deer populations as a result of that, reflecting in wolf populations?
Through the chair, Member Batesville, we just don't know what caused that. It could have been a variety of factors, but we just don't know exactly what it was.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that presentation. It was great. Thanks for answering those questions too. And probably this time maybe we'll break for lunch and we'll come back after lunch with our subsistence presentation. Does that sound okay? All right, we'll get out of here. We'll come back at 1:15 and we'll do the subsistence presentation. And then just a reminder too, if you want to fill out a blue card for public testimony, we can get you set up with that. subsistence overview presentation. So take it away whenever.
Hey, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the public, for the record, my name is Lauren Sill. I'm the Southern Region Program Manager for the Division of Subsistence at ADF&G. With me today is Emily Dahl, who is the lead researcher for the Southeast Yakutat region. Thanks for the opportunity to present. This afternoon, we are going to provide a brief overview of the Division of Subsistence and the work that we do, followed by an overview of subsistence harvesting and uses of wildlife in Southeast Alaska. Slides associated with this presentation can be found in RC4, tab 1.4. So our division is mandated by state statute to conduct studies to gather information from residents of communities throughout Alaska on all aspects of the role of subsistence hunting and fishing in the lives of state residents. The information we collect is to be made available to the public, agencies, and others. As a research division, subsistence staff engage in all research and regulatory arenas in all regions of the state, and we serve both the Board of Game and the Board of Fisheries. This means that staff work to become knowledgeable about subsistence practices concerning both fish species and game species, as well as about how both fish and wildlife populations are managed and the regulations concerning all resources. The research we conduct in communities usually concerns both fish and wildlife resources. We make the summarized data that we gather publicly available shortly after the conclusion of projects, and these data are used by the boards, by the department, and by the community for a variety of applications, including community planning, regulatory changes, and C&T and A&S findings. I want to pause here for just a moment to explain some acronyms that you'll be hearing throughout this presentation and this meeting. C&T refers to customary and traditional uses of resources, which means the non-commercial, long-term, and consistent taking of, use of, and reliance upon fish or game in a specific area. A&S is short for amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence. It is not a harvest quota, but it does provide the board with guidelines on typical numbers of animals harvested for customary and traditional uses under normal conditions. NSAs, or non-subsistence areas, are areas where dependence upon subsistence is not a principal characteristic of the economy, culture, and way of life, as determined by the Joint Board of Fisheries and Game. Therefore, there is no subsistence priority in NSAs, and subsistence hunts cannot be authorized in NSAs. There are several ways that we gather information about the customary and traditional uses of resources. Our research focus and methods are determined by the identified information need or data gap, funding availability, and community input. Most of our projects are partnerships. We work with community entities, regional nonprofits, and other agencies. I can't emphasize enough how important these partnerships are. We couldn't do what we do without their support and participation, most especially of the communities where we work. In general, our research takes place in the more rural areas of the state, but Alaskans living anywhere in the state are eligible to hunt and fish under subsistence regulations. Information on the subsistence harvest of all state residents living in rural and urban areas is available through various permit programs, which in Southeast are administered by the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Our work is guided by the Alaska Confidentiality Statute, the National Science Foundation's Principles for the Conduct of Research in the Arctic, and the Alaska Federation of Natives Guidelines for Research. All of our research projects are based on voluntary participation, informed consent, confidentiality, and respect for the privacy and dignity of the people we work with and learn from. Toward this end, we utilize procedures to preserve the anonymity of subjects in our records so that information cannot be tied to identifiable persons. Informed consent is obtained from each participant in the research, as well as from the community at large. At the end of projects, we return to communities with draft data for review and feedback. Comprehensive surveys are one of our standard data gathering methods, and today you'll be seeing some of the information that results from these surveys. As their name implies, the surveys are comprehensive. Through them, we collect information on every type of wild food a household might harvest and gather details such as the methods of harvesting and processing, amounts harvested, the areas households traveled to harvest, and the prevalence of sharing. Our goal is to gain a holistic understanding of subsistence ways of life in these communities. Most of the places we work have a mixed cash subsistence economy, meaning wages from jobs and other income are used to augment and support subsistence activities. So we also document demographic details of the household, income and employment specifics, as well as food security information. For all of our projects, we conduct these surveys face-to-face, usually in people's homes. In smaller communities, we'll attempt to survey every permanent household, but in larger communities, we conduct a random sample. Because we are attempting to present a complete picture of harvesting activities within a community, all permanent households of a community are eligible to participate in these surveys, regardless of the ethnicity of household members or their status as federally qualified subsistence users. We also document harvesting activities under state or federal subsistence regulations. These surveys are completely voluntary, and the data collected are stored and reported anonymously. We present data at the community level, not the individual household level. Ethnography is another of our standard data collection methods. Broadly speaking, ethnographic fieldwork is the way that we attempt to understand other people's ways of knowing. We use several established social science methods of ethnographic fieldwork and data analysis. Semi-structured interviews are conducted with knowledgeable, active, or former subsistence harvesters, processors, and community members. The interviews follow a thematic protocol, but can accommodate variability in the experiences and expertise of the respondents. Participant observation provides a chance for researchers to participate in and observe different harvesting or processing activities, giving researchers the opportunity to gain experiential knowledge. Life history mapping is an opportunity to speak with long-term community members, and through the use of maps, document and discuss changes in habitat, resource populations, and social structures. Each of these approaches require rigorous, well-thought-out scientific methods accompanied by data analysis in order to provide meaningful and useful information. So I want to make sure the board and public are aware that all of this information and data that we collect are available through our Community Subsistence Information System, the CSIS, and our technical paper series. The CSIS is a data portal that provides access to all of the community-level harvest and use data that has been collected over the past 40 years, along with summaries of demographics, economics, and research methods for each community. The technical paper series houses all of our published reports where we analyze and discuss survey and ethnographic research results. Before we dive into the Southeast data, I want to just provide a little bit of information about the people who work in our division. As I mentioned earlier, our staff are responsible for research and regulatory work concerning both fish and wildlife throughout the state. Despite the large geographic scale in which we work, we're a small group. We're broadly divided into the northern region and the southern region, with the Alaska Range being the major geographic boundary. The southern region itself is split between the southwest, south central, and southeast, and we have a small staff that specialize in each of these regions. In Southeast, Emily Dahl is our lead subsistence researcher, and she works with Molly Brown. In each of these regions, staff are assisted by subsistence resource specialist ones who work throughout the southern region, and short-term fish and wildlife techs hired during our field season. And now I will hand this over to Emily for more information about subsistence in Southeast.
Good afternoon. For the record, again, my name is Emily Dahl, and I'm the lead Southeast Subsistence Resource Specialist for the department. Today, we will offer a brief ethnographic background on the use of game in Southeast Alaska and share available search, harvest, and use data for the region. The Southeast region spans a large geographic area and encompasses many diverse communities. The lands and waters that make up Southeast Alaska are the traditional territory of the indigenous Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people, with occupation dating back more than 12,000 years. Today, Alaska Native residents make up a smaller proportion of the region's total population relative to other regions of the state. The demographic makeup of the region is non-uniform. While some communities consist of predominantly Alaska Native residents, others have predominantly non-native populations or a combination. Along with demographics, communities in the region vary greatly in size and population. Populations range from fewer than 100 residents in smaller communities to roughly 8,000 residents in Sitka and Ketchikan, and over 30,000 residents in Juneau. Additionally, geographic factors set communities apart from one another. Much of Southeast Alaska lies within the Tongass National Forest, a coastal rainforest covering almost 17 million acres. The region consists of islands interlaced by deep fjords, straits, sounds, and channels which touch the coast mountains. Past and present glaciation, proximity to the open ocean, and access to alpine resources are some of the many geographical factors that vary from community to community. Within the region, there are two large non-subsistence areas around Juneau and Ketchikan, seen here on this map in the hatched areas. Due to the scale and diversity of the Southeast region, throughout this presentation, we will discuss harvest data at the game management unit level. This map indicates how the region is divided into game management units 1 through 5. Game management units range in size and population from 12 communities in Unit 2 to only 1 community in Unit 5. It is important to note that because the communities of Juneau and Ketchikan are within non-subsistence areas, they are not included in our household survey data, and they will not be represented in the data discussed today. Next, I will briefly discuss the characteristics of each unit within the Southeast region. For each unit, we have included a list of the communities within the unit, the most recent year of available household survey data for that community in parentheses. Ideally, comprehensive surveys are conducted in a given community approximately every 10 years. This time frame allows us to document trends over time and avoid survey fatigue from communities and participants. The division prioritizes updating community data as funding and research capacity allows. Game Management Unit 1 includes the Southeast Mainland and is divided into 4 subunits, 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D. This map illustrates the boundaries of subunits 1A and 1B, which span across southern Southeast. Units 1A and 1B include the communities of Ketchikan, Saxman, Myers Truck, Hyder, and Metlakatla. Please note that because Ketchikan lies within a non-subsistence area, no household survey data is available, and the community is not represented in the data we will share today. The most recent available data from the communities within this unit range from the late 80s to the late 90s. Large land mammal populations within units 1A and 1B include deer, black bear, and mountain goat. This map illustrates the boundaries of subunits 1C and 1D. Subunits 1C and 1D are located in northern Southeast and include the communities of Juneau, Haines, Cluckwan, Skagway, and Gustavus. The most recent data available from communities within this unit range from the late 80s to 2023. Deer, both black and brown bear, moose, mountain goat, and wolves inhabit this unit. As depicted on this map, Unit 2 covers the entirety of Prince of Wales Island, including 12 communities. The most recent available data from the communities within this unit range from the late 90s to 2012. Deer, both black and brown bear, mountain goat, and wolves inhabit this unit. Unit 3 is located in central Southeast and, among others, includes the islands of Kuyu and Kupernoff Islands. The communities of Cake, Petersburg, and Wrangell lie within Unit 3. The most recent data available from communities within this unit are from the years 2000 and 2022. Deer, both black and brown bear, moose, and wolves occur in Unit 3. Unit 4 is made up of Chichikov, Baranof, and Admiralty Islands. As depicted on this map, 7 communities lie within Unit 4. The most recent data available from communities within this unit range from the late 80s to 2023. Deer, brown bear, and mountain goat inhabit Unit 4. Unit 5 is the northernmost unit within the Southeast region. Unit 5 is divided into 2 subunits, Unit 5A and 5B. The community of Yakutat is the only community within Unit 5. Comprehensive household surveys were last conducted in Yakutat in 2015. Deer, both black and brown bear, moose, mountain goat, and wolves inhabit Unit 5. Ooh. Sorry for whatever happened there. This figure illustrates the harvest composition by species for Units 1 through 5 by percentage of total pounds harvested. The Southeast Alaska total includes the average of all available community data across the entire region. Because Juneau and Ketchikan are within non-subsistence areas, household harvest survey data is not available for these communities, and they are not represented here. So I believe that the yellow category should be, the orange category is large land mammals. I'm sorry, I'm not sure why the label shifted up there. And then right to the above that, and the smallest sliver of the pie would be small land mammals. And the purple should be marine invertebrates, and I believe that the yellow is marine mammals. So as you can see, the salmon category in light blue and non-salmon fish category in darker blue make up the largest percentage of the total harvest region-wide. Large land mammals, so that's the orange, make up the next largest category, followed by marine invertebrates, shown here in purple, and vegetation, shown here in green. Birds and eggs, marine mammals, and small land mammals contribute a small percentage of the total harvest by Southeast households. This figure shows the estimated percentages of households using and harvesting land mammals, both large game such as deer and moose, or small game like beaver or marten. The blue bars are the percentage of households using land mammals, and the orange bars are the percentage harvesting. The data shown are collected through comprehensive household harvest surveys and aggregated to a unit-wide level. This figure depicts the average of all available study years for all of the communities within each unit. You can see that the use of land mammals is high throughout Southeast. Household use of land mammals ranges from just under 60% in Unit 3 to over 80% in Unit 5. For each unit and at the regional level, the percentage of households using land mammals is much greater than the percentage of households harvesting these resources. Regionally, nearly 70% of households use land mammals, while 30% harvested land mammals. We usually see these kinds of differences between using and harvesting resources because of the role sharing plays in most rural Alaska communities, especially for large land mammals. The difference between harvest and use also speaks to harvester success. Harvesting land mammals requires specialized knowledge and resources. The data represented in this figure do not capture hunter effort, and harvest percentages only account for successful harvests. Looking closer at the harvest of large land mammals, this figure depicts the harvest composition of large land mammals in Units 1 through 5. The y-axis indicates the per capita harvest in pounds, while the x-axis categorizes harvest by each game management unit and the regional total outside of non-subsistence areas. This figure demonstrates the variability in harvest across each unit. In Units 1 through 4, deer is the largest contributor to the harvest. Shown on this figure in blue, the per capita harvest of deer in Units 1 through 4 ranges roughly 12 pounds in Unit 1 to 47 pounds in Unit 2. In Unit 4, deer accounted for 99% of the total large land mammal harvest and just over 30 pounds per capita. Moose, shown here in orange, in Unit 5, where there's a relatively small deer population compared to other parts of Southeast, moose account for the majority of large land mammal harvests at 43 pounds per capita. Regionally, both brown and black bear, represented here in that dark green and the lighter green, contributed less than 1% of the total large land mammal harvests. Shown here in red, the per capita harvest of mountain goat did not exceed 1 pound in any unit, and harvests were reported only in Units 1, 2, and 3. As the previous figure demonstrated, deer are the most highly harvested game species in Southeast Alaska. Along with marine resources, deer are a core part of the diet for many residents of Southeast. Deer are available throughout the region's many islands and are an accessible food source for many. Deer hunting begins in August, and hunting effort increases through the fall and winter months. Hunting grounds are accessed by logging roads, by foot, and by boat. Depending on resource availability, geographic access, and factors like weather or cost of fuel, some harvesters travel outside of their communities to hunt for deer. Deer are harvested along the roadside when available, along shorelines, in forested areas, and in the alpine. Bucks are most frequently targeted, however, some doe harvest also occurs. Processing deer is labor-intensive and can require multiple people to butcher and prepare for storage. Once processed, meat is eaten fresh, frozen, or canned, and bones are reserved to prepare stock. The sharing of resources is a feature of many communities within the Southeast region. Deer are commonly shared between households and between communities at a region-wide level. There is a positive C&T finding for deer in all Southeast game management units, except for subunit 1D. This table provides the ANS for each unit and subunit within the region. ANS determinations for deer range widely throughout Units 1 through 5, with as few as 5 animals in Unit 1A to 6,000 animals in Unit 4. You will see a version of this figure for each species discussed throughout this presentation. In each, the data shown are collected through our household harvest surveys in communities located within each unit and aggregated to a unit-wide level. The figures show the average of all available study years for all the communities within each unit. This figure shows the estimated percentages of households using and harvesting deer. The blue bars are the percentage of households using deer, and the orange bars are the percentage harvesting. Over 40% of households in all Southeast management units reported using deer, with the highest use in Unit 2 at over 70% of households using deer. Households harvesting deer ranges from less than 10% in Unit 5 to nearly 50% in Unit 2. Higher percentages of households using deer compared to the percentage of households harvesting deer illustrates the prevalence of sharing and general harvester success. On a regional level, over 56% of households use deer, while 27% harvested deer. This map draws from geospatial data collected during comprehensive household surveys in all communities throughout Southeast Alaska. The areas in purple demonstrate the reported search and harvest areas for deer by Southeast residents. Deer hunting occurs in a large portion of the region, from land surrounding Yakutat in the north to Metlakatla in the south. Harvests in Unit 1 occur primarily along the coastlines, where the majority of land in Units 2, 3, and 4 is utilized for deer hunting. Although moose are relative newcomers to much of Southeast Alaska, they are an important food source for those that harvest them and are widely shared throughout the region. Moose exist in Units 1, 3, and 5, and hunting occurs from September through December. Harvesters access hunting areas by road, by water, by plane, or on foot. Moose hunting commonly occurs in hunting groups due to the size of the animal and the labor-intensive nature of the hunt. Moose meat is eaten fresh, frozen, dried, and canned. Bones are reserved for stock. Sharing of moose occurs at a region-wide level. Processing moose is a multi-household or sometimes community-wide event. A moose harvester interviewed as part of recent division research shared, "Moose are great because they're just too big to move by yourself, and it's such an abundance that there is this great neighborhood gathering to help butcher. You might have 10 people in the room on butchering day, just chopping the thing up, wrapping it, grinding it, making it sausage, and then everybody gets to go home with a box of meat." There is a positive C&T finding for moose in the subunits 1B, 1D, and Units 3 and 5. Because moose are not present in Units 1A, 2, or 4, these units are not included on this table. Subunit 1C has a negative C&T finding for moose in the Gustavus Forelands. The ANS for Unit 1B and 3 combined is 40 animals. The ANS for Unit 5 is 50 animals. And because the ANS is 100% of the allowable harvest, there is a Tier 2 hunt in Unit 1D. This figure shows the estimated percentages of households using and harvesting moose. Households using moose range from just over 10% in Units 2 and 4 to roughly 75% in Unit 5. On a region-wide level, over 20% of households used moose, while less than 5% of households harvested moose. Even more so than deer, there's a smaller percentage of households harvesting moose than the percentage of households using moose. This difference speaks to hunter success as well as the prevalence of sharing. This figure demonstrates both use and harvest in units where no moose populations are present. Harvesters who live in communities where moose are not present travel outside of their unit to hunt, and sharing of moose meat occurs between communities. This map depicts the search and harvest areas for moose by Southeast residents in red. For this map and for the harvest area maps to follow, it is important to note that the harvest areas shown here are likely representative of minimum use areas only. Our surveys usually only collect data about activities occurring over 1 year, and most Southeast communities have a large enough population that we're only surveying a sample of households. Some game species may not be harvested every year, and the areas households use for hunting may change based on a variety of factors. Moose harvests occur in several select areas within the region, throughout the land surrounding Yakutat and Subunit 5A, throughout the northern portion of Subunit 1D near Haines and Cluckwan, in Subunit 1C throughout the Gustavus Forelands, and within Subunit 1B and 3 near the communities of Cake and Petersburg. Both black and brown bear inhabit Southeast Alaska with varied distribution across the region's many islands. Black bear are harvested more frequently by Southeast households for both consumption and furs. Brown bears are also harvested for fur and occasionally for food, but historically they were harvested more regularly than they are today. Bear harvest timing is dependent on species and harvester preference. Most bears are harvested either in fall or spring months. A long-term harvester interviewed as part of recent division work explained, if you get a fall black bear in the berries, it's going to taste a lot different than a summer bear that's been eating fish. It's the same with the grizzlies. Bears are harvested along the road system as well as along shorelines. Traditionally, the only way to preserve bear meat was to smoke and dry it, although more recently it has been canned, frozen, or jarred. Before being dried and smoked, the meat was sometimes parboiled, seared, or soaked in salt water. After drying, the meat was usually put up in oil to preserve. Bear meat was sometimes smoked along with seal and deer meat and was preserved in seal oil or seal grease. The meat and fat were often cut into strips like bacon for smoking. Sharing, particularly of black bears, is common throughout the southeast region. Although there are relatively few bear harvesters compared to other large land mammal species, many households reported incorporating bear into their diets when the resource was shared with them. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for both brown and black bear in southeast. For both species of bear, there are positive C&D findings in each unit they inhabit. And overall, ANS ranges for brown bear are smaller than those for black bear. This figure shows the estimated percentages of households using and harvesting brown bear. Minimal use of brown bear is depicted across units 1 through 5. In the units where brown bear occur, household harvest and use did not exceed 1% of households. Moving on to black bear, this figure shows the estimated percentages of households using and harvesting black bears. Compared to brown bears, black bears were used and harvested by a greater percentage of households throughout the southeast region. In units where the bears are present, their use ranges from 3% of households in Unit 3 to nearly 15% of households in Unit 5. Like other species of large land mammals we've discussed today, it is common for a higher percentage of households to use resources than the percentage of households which harvest them. The difference in the percentage of households using bears and those harvesting bears is related to sharing and harvester success. This map depicts the search and harvest areas for bear by southeast residents. Black bear is shown here in the dark red color. Brown bear is shown in the brighter sort of reddish orange color, and the unspecified bear are shown in purple. Black bear are harvested in units 1, 3, and 5, while brown bear are harvested only in units 4 and 5. Unspecified bears include bears that were reported on surveys without species information. Unspecified bears in Unit 4 are likely brown bear, while unspecified bears in Unit 1C likely represent both black and brown bear. Mountain goats are harvested at a lesser rate than other large land mammal species in southeast Alaska. However, they are a highly sought-after resource by residents of the region for both consumption and a means of cultural connection. Mountain goat harvests occur during the fall and winter months, and harvesters hike to reach hunt areas. Traditionally, mountain goats were harvested for not only their meat, but for the use of their wool and horns. Mountain goats were a source of sinew, and once plucked clean of their wool, their skin could be pit roasted and eaten. Like other large land mammal species, goat fat was rendered and used for preservation. Meat was often processed and dried near the kill site to reduce the amount of weight harvesters would have to carry down rugged terrain. Today, once processed, mountain goats are commonly eaten fresh, frozen for preservation, dried, or canned. Mountain goat harvests aid in the creation of emblematic Northwest Coast arts. Mountain goat wool has long been considered a valuable resource to residents of Southeast and a core element of the production of indigenous art forms, particularly Chilkat and Raventail weaving. Chilkat weaving is a specialized, highly laborious art form established by Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian artists. Weavers incorporate cedar bark and other materials into strands of mountain goat wool and create blankets, robes, and other clothing. Wool garments are highly functional in Southwest weather, and Chilkat robes are an important ceremonial object, which communicate clan affiliation and status and are often incorporated into cultural events such as potlatches. The photo here on the bottom right is an example of a Tlingit Chilkat robe. Along with wool, traditionally horns were steamed and carved to form spoons and ladles that were both ornately decorated and functional. There is a positive C&T finding for mountain goats in all of Unit 1 and in Unit 5. There is a negative C&T finding for mountain goats in Unit 4. ANS ranges span from 1 animal to 30 animals. This figure shows the estimated percentages of households using and harvesting mountain goat. A small percentage of households in Units 1 through 5 used mountain goat, with the highest rate of use in Unit 1 at 7%, followed by Unit 5 at 5%. Mountain goat harvests were reported only by households in Units 1, 2, and 3. At a regional level, on average, 3% of households used mountain goats, while 1% of households harvested mountain goats. This map depicts the search and harvest areas for goat by Southeast residents in red. Mountain goat harvests were documented by division researchers during household harvest surveys and indicate harvest activity only on the Southeast mainland in subunits 1B, 1C, and 1D. A variety of small land mammal species are harvested by Southeast households for consumption, commercial sale, and cultural uses. Trapping remains a culturally and economically significant enterprise, with many Alaskans continuing to practice traditional methods despite the decline in commercial viability of furs in recent decades. Fur bearers are trapped in the fall and winter months into the spring. Harvesters travel on roads, by water, on foot, and sometimes by sled to access trapping sites. Trappers primarily harvest alone and consider factors like weather and tides when determining harvest locations. Not all small land mammals are harvested for consumption, but those that are, such as beaver, are commonly eaten fresh or frozen and sometimes canned. Pelts are processed and sold as a means of income and transformed into clothing and other products. Furs are integral to the traditional art forms and often incorporated into garments such as vests and jackets or mittens and gloves. Furs symbolize wealth and status in Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian cultures of Southeast and often adorn regalia. The photo here on the bottom right-hand corner is an example of a Haida spruce root hat with a fur attached. A positive, customary, and traditional use determination for fur bearers, as well as wolves, exists in Units 1 through 5. For all Southeast units, the ANS determination for fur bearers is 90% of the harvestable portion. This figure shows the estimated percentage of households using and harvesting small land mammals, including wolves here. For Southeast units, roughly 5% of households reported using small land mammals, with a slightly smaller percentage of households harvesting small land mammals. Unit 5 households used and harvested a higher percentage of small land mammals than any other unit in the region. 16% of households in Unit 5 used small land mammals, and 15% of households harvested small land mammals. Unlike large land mammal species we've discussed today, the percentage of households using small land mammals and the percentage of households harvesting small land mammals are more closely aligned, indicating less sharing of these species. This map depicts the search and harvest areas for small land mammals by Southeast residents in brown. The small land mammal category includes both wolves and fur bearers, and the search and harvest for these animals occurs in many areas throughout Southeast, most notably across nearly all of Prince of Wales Island and large portions of subunit 1D. To wrap up our presentation, we wanted to highlight some of the partners we've worked with over the past 3 years who have assisted in documenting customary and traditional uses of fish and game, including the Cooperative Association, the Sitka Tribe of Alaska, Sea Alaska, and various local and tribal governments. The division is currently pursuing funding for projects throughout the region, and we hope to share more about these projects in future meetings. We cannot overemphasize that our work is only possible due to our partnerships and the willingness of community members to be active participants. We would like to acknowledge all of the Southeast residents who have worked as local research assistants, participated in our research, allowed us into their homes, and shared a wealth of knowledge with us. Thank you to the board for the opportunity to share our overview, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. Do we have any questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lauren and Emily, for that. You know, I always enjoy these subsistence overviews and presentations. It reminds me when my family was interviewed about 20 years ago, and my boys got a chance to talk about all their activities in the woods and harvest activities. So that always brings back good memories. So in your overview, you stated that in your surveys, you don't record hunter effort. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. So we do record hunter effort, just those graphs we were showing was a percentage of households that were successfully harvesting, not that percentage of households that were hunting. So there's usually a difference, you know, depending on the species, depending on the year, between the households that are hunting and those who are successful in harvesting.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, you answered part of it. I was going to ask you, once you survey a town or village, how long is it before you go back? And you said in your overview about every 10 years. When you do that, do you try to target and resurvey the same households again?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, no. If it's a small community, like under 75 households, we'll try to survey everybody who's living there. But the larger communities, it's just a random survey, and everyone's is given a unique household identification. So it would be difficult to follow through 10 years later to find those same households because we don't necessarily know particularly which household we surveyed.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You guys did a great presentation. On page 34, goat harvest and use, I think I need a little more explanation on this slide. So you have 2 to 5% in units 4 and 5 using goats, but only have 3.5% harvesting goats. Can you give us some numbers? Percentages are deceiving sometimes versus actual, numbers of people or numbers of goats harvested.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we could get you that information. I can't do it off the top of my head based on this because things like Unit 4 includes Sitka and Pelican. So how many goats hunters there are, or from 1% of Sitka is very different than 1% of Pelican. But we could get that information and share it.
I mean, what caught my eye was Units 4 and 5 had absolutely no harvest, but had, some of the highest uses.
Right, and part of, through the chair, Member Barrett, part of what's probably happening there is because Sitka's in Unit 4 and it's such a large community, we talked to maybe 10% of town, so we may have very well missed the people in town who were harvesting, but we did talk to people who were receiving, for sharing that. And the same for Yakutat is on the larger side as well.
Can I get one more? And just one more question on, I'm curious why you collect no data in Juneau and Ketchikan non-subsistence area as far as, people participating in subsistence and subsistence uses. The only regulation on subsistence is the board's not allowed to make subsistence regulation inside, but it doesn't stop anybody living within or outside those areas to participate in uses or harvesting. So don't you think you're missing a pretty important area?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. Yeah, thanks for that question. It is, there are a lot of people in Juneau and Ketchikan who are traveling elsewhere to participate in subsistence hunts and subsistence fisheries, and they're receiving food from, community members from rural communities that we do survey. And it would be wonderful to have that information to be able to do those surveys. But they're very large communities, and it would be a very expensive effort, and we've never been able to find funding, a source that would fund a project like that.
I have a question for you on slide 29, the brown bear harvest and use. It's a pretty unique graph compared to the rest of the harvest and use graph, right? There isn't like such a stark difference between the harvesting and the use. Can you explain that? I mean, what would the reasoning be behind that for basically just brown bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're asking why there's not much difference between the harvest and the use?
Yeah, all the other species, there's a drastic difference. And here, if I'm just looking at this graph, I say, well, if somebody wants to go kill a brown bear, they're going to eat the whole brown bear. They're not going to share it.
Yeah, thank you. So, Member Fletcher, or Chair Fletcher, I think probably some of what's going on is similar to for small land mammals, that there's a lot of brown bears that are harvested just for their fur, and that's not shared as widely, and there is not as wide of a taste for brown bear meat. I think it's a few individuals or select individuals, not everybody wants brown bear meat, and so there's probably less sharing of it for that reason.
Thanks. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lauren and Emily, thank you for your presentation. Can you explain to the board, and I know I talked to you a bit earlier during the break, what the relationship is between subsistence division, for ADF&G and the federal government, since a large amount of land mass is federal land? And what do they do, meaning the federal government or Forest Service, whoever, as far as collecting this data versus what you do, and what type of sharing, what type of interaction do you guys have between the state and the federal government?
Thank you through the chair, Member Loring. So you're right that a lot of land is federal, and there are a lot of federally qualified subsistence users. For us, I mean, we're interested in what community members are doing, whether they're federally qualified or not federally qualified. And so we don't make any distinctions in our surveys about who we're harvesting. As far as, a lot of the funding that we have to do these projects comes through the federal government. And as for what the federal government itself is doing in terms of this kind of research, I think I would defer to Kendra to speak to.
So through the chair, Member Loring, this is Kendra. So we don't do any of that ourselves. We have historically provided a large chunk of funding. I can't speak to where that sits right now in recent years, but that's been our primary way. We're a very small group of people to be able to do anything like that. So that's been our primary way of trying to help and get some of that information, has been assisting with providing funding.
Thank you for that. So what information do the RACs and the Federal Assistance Board use when making some of their decisions, when some are pretty significant decisions? Are they using state information or no information, or just what are they looking at if you don't do that yourself?
So Member Loring, through the chair again. So we do a lot of research within what information is collected from the Division of Subsistence within the state. So we'll look up any information that we can get from them. Occasionally, we, as needed and as available, we'll reach out to them to see what data maybe isn't published that they could provide to us. And we'll look at other potential sources as well. If we can use it and gather it from other people, we do our best to do that.
I have a couple more questions, but I don't want to, anybody else want to go first?
Take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Back to Emily and Lauren. What does it mean to stay subsistence now that the federal government made the Ketchikan area folks all qualified federal users? Are non-subsistence area even relevant anymore? How does that all intertwine now with this new ruling that just recently happened as far as what you're going to be doing in the non-subsistence area in Ketchikan? As far as data collecting or not collecting data or what?
Through the chair, Member Loring. So Ketchikan's change in rural status has very little effect on what research we'll be doing and how we'll be doing it, because nothing changed under the state system. There's still a non-subsistence area around Ketchikan, so subsistence hunts are still not allowed in there. Under state regulations, Ketchikan residents were always eligible to participate in state subsistence hunting and fishing. So from our perspective, it doesn't change much.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yes, I did forget one on page 18 or slide 9. Harvest composition of large mammals. On the left there, it says per capita harvested pounds. Is that per year then too?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. Yes, so to make this graph, we took every survey year that we had data and aggregated it together. So it is based on a 1-year snapshot of harvest.
I guess just a really quick point of clarification on slide 36 under methods, the last one you stated was sled. Is that like, are you talking about like a dog sled or like a snow-go? Or a sled?
Mr. Chair, is a kick sled.
A kick sled, okay.
Yeah.
Explain a kick sled to me. Is it just like you stand up and push it yourself? Like
Yeah.
okay, a kick sled. Any other questions from board members? Why don't they put a dog on front of that? Any other questions from, and they don't have to kick. Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that presentation. And we'll probably need just a minute here to transition into public testimony, so we'll take a 10-minute break. So bear with me. Talking about oral public testimony, the board is called for public testimony on proposals before us at this meeting. We appreciate the interest and concern of everyone who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who took the time beforehand to submit written comments. There's a handout on the table in the back of the room entitled Guidelines for Public Testimony. If anybody state your name for the record, and whether you're representing yourself or a group. If you have previously submitted any written materials to the board, you should first identify these materials by its record copy number so that we can have that information in front of us, or their comment number, PC number, or advisory committee number, AC number. We will give board members the opportunity to get the paperwork in front of them before your time starts. Individuals and organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will have 15 minutes. Does this one beep? Does this thing beep? Yeah, it will beep. Okay, so when your time is up, a beep will sound and you should stop speaking. Please stay seated in case board members have questions for you. These questions often assist you in finishing up your remaining relevant testimony. The time limit for testimony does not include questions the board members have for you. Please confine your oral testimony to subjects under consideration in a concise and direct manner as possible. Please be aware that when you testify, you may not ask questions to board members or the department or staff. This is your chance to make your comments on proposals before the board. The board members and or department staff need clarification when they will ask you questions. A person using inappropriate, derogatory, or threatening language to any individual board or agency staff member will not be allowed to continue speaking. If you missed your first call, if your name is called to testify and you're not present, when we'll do a second call. The second calls happen midday breaks or evening breaks, or it can even continue into the after a dinner break as well, or the next day. All right, if you miss your first call in the morning, you get a second call in the afternoon, right after the lunch break, before any other first calls. If you get your first call in the afternoon and you're not present, you'll get your second call in either in the evening or after the dinner break. The board meets if the board meets in the evening or first thing in the next morning. If you miss both your first and second calls, you'll not be able to testify at this meeting. So the meetings are scheduled to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and the rest of the days, with the exception of Sunday, we're going to start a little later, 10:30, give me a chance to go to church, or anybody else who does. Breaks. The breaks will happen every morning after about an hour and a half or 2 hours. We'll take 10 to 15-minute breaks. All the board members will make themselves available to the public. So, but please know that a lot of times board members need to use the facility too, so we can't use up all that time. And with that, I'm ready to call our first testifier, and it will be Chris Guggenbichler from the Wrangell AC. Thanks for the invite down here.
Thank you, Chair Fleischer, members of the board. I'm Chris Guggenbichler, Chair of the Wrangell Advisory Committee. I will be testifying for them today. I'll do my personal at a later time. We are AC 11 for your notes. And yeah, I wanted to go first because I wanted to welcome you guys here. I know you've been here for a couple of days and we've met each other and such, but I wanted to say welcome to Wrangell. I think it was about 13 months ago I was talking to Christy and we were having some pretty well-attended meetings talking about proposals we were going to submit, and she said I still had time to put in an invite, and so I did so, as well as our city manager, and I thank you guys for accepting that invitation to come to our community. So I'm glad the weather's cooperating. I also want to, for the record, I want to thank board support this year for providing books for advisory committee members. Last few years, the budget's been kind of low, and we've got 15 people looking at devices trying to pull up proposal numbers, and it was very difficult in our meetings. So thank you for that. So let's get specific. Proposals 1 and 2, talking about civil twilight. We had a hard time with this one, understanding there's 3 stages of, thanks, Art. Understanding there's 3 stages of twilight, and this being the first stage. We wanted to note that, especially in our moose hunt, that time when the sun goes down, but we could still identify legal animals, that's really a time when a lot of those animals are moving around, and that's an important hunting time for us. We tried to Google this and be specific on what those actual times were. One site took me to a lat long that I had to convert, wasn't in the same conversion as my GPS I was using. Then I had to know how far I was from Greenwich Mean Witch time, and so it became confusing. And we understand their issue, and hopefully it can be corrected in another manner, but it seemed like an overbearing regulation. So with that, we unanimously oppose proposals 1 and 2. On proposal 3, same day airborne goat hunting, we didn't feel this was fair chase, and we unanimously opposed that as well. Proposal 5, to increase the brown bear limit in Unit 1. RIC supports this proposal. We feel that the brown bear population is growing, not only on the mainland in 1, but also out on the islands in 3. It was 11-1 on this one. The minority voter felt that there was potential for overharvest because there wasn't real good population data for that. Proposal 8, we submitted this one, the Wrangell area and the corridor of the Stikine. There's been mountain lions in this area and harvested, either incidentally trapping or individuals shooting them. For a number of years, we understand it's not a large population or not a lot of sightings. However, we wanted to offer some opportunity. And as we look at the earlier presentation on everything that's eaten on our Sitka blacktail, we didn't feel we needed another predator on our Sitka blacktail. It'd be very vulnerable to this species. So we tried to, we submitted this proposal and supported it. So hopefully you guys will work through that one. I don't know if there's any disease issues with cougars coming into our populations. So we supported Proposal 13 to prohibit the use of night vision for fur bearers, feeling that, during deer season, we felt that might be a little problem there. So Proposal 18, this was another one we submitted recommended by one of our members. And the feeling was that maybe this could create some more youth support, having a little later grouse season. We generally try and stay in our lane and just deal with proposals that are in our area and affect our resident hunters. However, we felt that Proposal 23 to increase the non-resident bag limit to deer to 4 was excessive and potentially precedent setting. So some of our hunters as well, if we have high winter kill here, will go out to some of the other islands in that unit and do a deer trip. So we unanimously oppose that one. Proposal 57, we submitted, we talked to this, we had 2 meetings this winter. We spent about 2 hours on this one. In our first meeting, finally tabled it and brought it up at our second meeting. Zarembo Island is probably, this is dealing with the elk hunt on Zarembo, the proposal that we put in for an antler restriction hunt out there. This was fashioned from an individual that hunts a lot in Washington. They have a real similar one. There's not, from what we understand, there's not a lot of misidentification or illegal animals harvested in this, and this is a sustainable hunt. It's been working well in that region. Zarembo is probably the #1 island that Wrangell residents harvest deer on. It's the most beneficial. There was a lot of logging there. It was very prolific. It's a place a lot of our hunters utilize, and there's a lot of deer taken there. Originally, when these elk were transplanted on Edelin, they were supposed to stay there. We were supposed to be able to harvest any animal that got off of Edelin, and there was people that supported putting them on Edelin, people that didn't, and that was what we decided, that we wouldn't let them grow on other islands. Well, half of them swam right over to Zarembo. We've been talking about it every cycle. However, and the department recognizes it as well, the vegetation on the west side of that island it's decimated. It's not something that can support a deer. Our concern has always been when we had a hard winter. Fortunately, we've had mild winters the last 6, 7, 8 years. The deer population's grown. However, we always knew that if we had a hard winter and a lot of snow, that the deer were going to go to the beach, and that area that the elk frequent was there's no forage for them. So we're going to get to see a little bit of what happened there. The hunters want to keep that population small. They certainly don't want to compromise the deer population to have an elk sanctuary that provides 1 or 2 animals a year. It's just it's a loss of our prime habitat. So we submitted this and supported it as well. Proposal 58 was submitted by a resident, and it would basically eliminate the herd. It would allow you to take in elk with any elk. There's individuals in this community that definitely support this. Those animals were never supposed to be on that island. However, our advisory committee opposed it. So, yes. There was another proposal dealing with elk, and this one was on Edelin Island to have a rifle hunt. during the rut, and we oppose that. We support that those animals are on Edelin, and if we're going to try and have a sustainable population on that island, that a rifle hunt, even a draw hunt during the rut's probably not a good idea. So we oppose that one. That was 63. 64. Excuse me. 64 we submitted at the direction of our committee. It's to eliminate the broken, damaged, and altered spike fork in units 1B, C, and 3. That proposal was put in, and in this very room probably 20 years ago. There was individuals at the time that were altering animals, and some of them were done with a chainsaw, where they chainsawed a paddle bowl into a forked horn. It was always our feeling that those individuals should have been held accountable. It's already illegal to alter horns, and we were frustrated that those horns were altered and they weren't, everybody fell under this proposal. There's been a lot of contention created between honest hunters in our community and wildlife troopers over some of these issues. There's a lot of discrepancies, inconsistencies that have happened. There's a scenario last year where an animal, it was damaged in velvet. So if it was damaged in velvet, did it grow that way? Or is it broken or damaged? So that hunter got vilified and lost his animal, got the maximum fine. And so it was our intention to remove that from the books. It's kind of the only place in the state that has that. So, so we supported that fully. So talking about the moose, Wrangell residents are very passionate about moose hunting, and when we start talking about moose and that, we filled the room pretty much every time. There's a lot of residents from Wrangell that have hunted the Stikine River for 40 years. They hunt the same trees, and gets very territorial and very passionate. These families are dependent on that meat, and so I hope a lot of them show up here to testify so you can really get a sense of how important that hunt is to those guys. So there's two populations. We've been underneath this horn restriction for 20-some years, and there's two populations. The moose migrated down the Stikine. When my grandpa was around, they had to go to Upper River to get moose, and then about 40 years ago, they occupied a lot of the Stikine, and then they migrated out to the islands where, it's milder winters, less predators, and a lot of logging, and they flourished. So keep in mind when we're talking about these different moose populations and the success of the horn hunt, in the department's comments, there's there's a graph that shows two hunts. One's the Unit 3 hunt, and it's pretty flat since the 90s. The other one is Unit 3, and Unit 3 is on a climb, and that population has been growing. I just don't want you to confuse new occupied land as something that shows the success of an antler restriction hunt, because we've been under this antler restriction hunt on the Stikine for a long time, and it's really pretty flat. So maybe just look at that when you look at the department's comments. They're just different populations. So in that, trying to alleviate trooper and hunter negative interactions. We never had illegal moose taken away from hunters when it was any bull. And in a way to try and get something that created a better environment for all, and that there was a proposal submitted, number 65, which was to have an any bull hunt, but shorten the season. So it's 2 weeks long, any bull. And there wasn't as much support for that because a lot of hunters, they only get weekends to hunt or that, and it seems to be working for them, especially the guys that haven't had a moose taken away. So our advisory committee opposed that with the one minority voter feeling that it would alleviate the conflict between the hunter and enforcement, and possibly leaving the illegal moose in the field. I found a moose a few years ago. The troopers had told me it was around. I looked at the pictures and kind of got in the area and seen birds and such, and an individual had killed a moose and it didn't meet the right horn configuration. He took the back straps, cut the horns off, and left it there. So if we could get away from that thing, that would be good too. So that being said, we've had inconsistencies. One of the things that happens in Wrangell is we just got a trooper stationed here. However, between Unit 1B and 3, we'll get a lot of different troopers from all over Southeast show up, and they are all individuals. They have a different opinion, and there's become inconsistencies in judging whether, one's more apt to give one to the hunter and one's more apt to take it. So we submitted proposal 262, which is in your back of the book, and you don't feel you have the authority to create a committee to judge moose horns. However, we'd like to see some kind of a process that's consistent, that we had an individual, like I stated, had one that had grown that way, and we had another one that was clearly broken, and the hunter that had his broken got his, and the other guy lost his, and it creates uncertainty moving forward on, consistency. So if we can't make 262 a regulation, hopefully we can work on a process that gets us to something that's more consistent. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for that testimony. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Thanks, Chris. That was a good update on your AC. And also, thank you for that sausage. It was the best sausage I've had all week, so you're great.
Thanks.
You made a statement right off on one of your comments on one of your proposals that you supported, that you see the brown bear population is growing on the islands and mainlands. What do you see in the black bear population in those same areas? What's the status on those?
So, Member Brett, through the chair, the brown bear are kind of following what the moose did. They're coming out of the interior. They're on Wrangell Island. They're on Edlin especially. I don't hunt a lot of black bears. I know there was like 4 years ago, it seemed like I seen black bears everywhere. And then maybe I didn't as much. So I don't really have I don't really hunt them. So I just know there was 1 year I seen them everywhere. And yeah, but I don't know where that population is today.
And I'll ask one more before some others can chime in. Your guys' vote, your AC's vote on night vision, does the trapping season overlap with the deer season down there?
I'm not sure, Al, to be honest, or Mr. Brett.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it does to some extent. Our deer season here, closes in November, end of November. Where on the mainland, it stays open later. So there's some overlap right in that area.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
Other board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looks like your AC voted to support Proposal 9, which was for the cougar trapping. Is that, if my notes are correct?
I don't think we supported the cougar trapping. We supported 8, which was our own proposal, which was to allow someone to harvest with a rifle. And the parameters of that were from the beginning of deer season till the end of bear season in the spring. So there was never the opportunity to be out hunting mountain lions while there wasn't something else open.
Okay. I must have my notes wrong. I was going to ask you a question about some details about the Proposal 9, but if you didn't take action on it, then I'll disregard my question.
Other board members? Member Brett again.
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious on why you took no action on the Fisher bag limit or the cellular cameras for trapping.
So I don't believe we have a lot of trappers that have an interest in fishers. I mean, we've got a couple trappers on our board, but I don't think they have any experience with fishers. Yeah.
Okay. Follow up. You took no action on restricting a person taking a nanny goat and being penalized for not being able to goat hunt for the next year. Was there a reason you guys didn't address that one?
I think it was just maybe because it was harder to decipher maybe a billy for a nanny for some individuals. Yeah.
Okay. And the last one was your proposals after 58. They weren't on your submitted copy to the board. And so I don't know if you guys were submitting an RC with that so we could have it.
After 58?
Yeah, when I'm looking on my recorded copies here, or what was submitted to us online.
So we had 2 meetings, and we did everything before, I think, 57 in the first meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And then on the 11th of December, we dealt with stuff after that.
I got it. I didn't scroll down long enough. And just one follow-up on proposals 57 and 58, you tabled them. Did you guys ever take them back up?
Yeah, we took them up at the next meeting and acted on them. We talked about them for 2 hours. We went round and around. Pretty soon it was 9:30 and we were repeating ourselves. So we tabled them and came back fresh.
Other questions from board members? If not, are you going to do personal testimony later on in the meeting?
Yeah, I plan on doing some personal later on in the meeting.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add as well, it's not on I tried to get that map for you on places to eat. The Elks is also available tonight. They got burgers tonight at 6 and steaks tomorrow night starting at 6. And if you're not a member, we're going to get you in. Okay?
Right on, thanks. Wrangell's been very welcoming. This is great. We really appreciate the invite.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll call our next testifier, Mike Vaughn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and members of the Board of Game. For the record, my name is Mike Vaughn. I'm a 33-year resident of Sitka, Alaska. I've been an avid waterfowler for over 40 years, and I've hunted ducks and geese in the states of Alaska, New York, North Dakota, and Washington. I submitted a proposal and traveled to Petersburg board meeting in 2019 and also traveled to Ketchikan in 2023 to offer testimony in support of restoring the traditional migratory bird season opening date of September 1st. I'm here in Wrangell today to testify on behalf of myself and my daughter in opposition of Proposal 16, which would delay the waterfowl hunting season start date until October 8th, 38 days later than the current and historical start date of September 1st. I reference our comments in PC 85 and 86 and note that on-time public comments posted in RC3 oppose this proposal by a count of 21-5, with members of the communities of Sitka, Juneau, Petersburg, and Wrangell represented in opposition. RC2 notes that 6 Southeast Advisory Committees oppose this proposal, including Craig, Juneau, Petersburg, Sitka, Upper Lynn Canal, and Wrangell, while 2 ACs supported the proposal, Elfin Cove and Ketchikan. East Prince of Wales offered amended language for the proposal, but did not recommend that the season continue into January. I'd like to start my testimony now. There have been some recent history for the board to consider regarding the regulation that directs the timing of our migratory bird hunting season. In 2008, the board adopted a proposal that modified and delayed the long-standing start date from September 1st to the 16th. Since that meeting, the board has deliberated on multiple proposals over several cycles, but requested a return to the September 1st start date. Recognizing the differences in hunting season preferences throughout the region, the board encouraged the department to work through the Federal Flyway Council to secure a split season option for the southeast zone to provide a tool to help satisfy wishes of both early and late season hunters. The board has incrementally restored the traditional September 1st opener over the course of the past two cycles and adopted our current split season framework in 2023 after the department secured that option through the council. Our current season runs from September 1st through December 31st with a 2-week closure at the start of December. Adoption of Proposal 16 would eliminate hunter access to the prime migration timing of widgeon, green-winged teal, and pintail, which move down the outer coast beginning in late August and are most abundant during the month of September. Sandhill cranes have mostly moved through the region by the end of the month as well. Also lost by adoption of this proposal is the ability to hunt in the mildest weather and during the longest days of the season. The longer days of September provide more options to hunt due to the extra daylight available for boating to and from hunting locations on days when favorable tidal conditions occur early in the morning or later in the day. September has become my favorite time to hunt waterfowl, particularly so now since my teenage daughter started carrying a shotgun 2 seasons ago. This month brings large flocks of birds from mainland Alaska that eagerly work a decoy spread. In addition to the waterfowl action, the tide flats are alive with the sights and sounds of other migrating bird species, making it a great time to be afield in southeast Alaska. Many hunters also double dip on the bounty that September brings and take the opportunity to catch a few coho salmon before or after their hunt. This proposal specifically requests a change to the season to gain the best opportunity at harvesting mature birds for trophy quality and to provide guides and outfitters with a new source of income in January. I don't believe that shooting waterfowl in prime condition for taxidermy is a high priority for most Southeast Alaskan hunters, and this proposal and the January hunting opportunities seem more geared to benefit a few commercial operations. The proposal also suggests that pushing the season into January could add a few additional days of hunting opportunity for college students that are home on Christmas break. The current late season split hunt period covers most of the holiday season, and I feel that the potential of a few additional days of January hunting for college students is not equitable trade-off for the loss of opportunity that locally residing youth will miss out on if the season is closed September 1st through October 7th. A period when the days are long and the weather is much more hospitable for youth hunter participation. In my opinion, adoption of this proposal will result in a decrease in hunter days afield due to the shorter days and potential additional challenges faced with trailering, launching, and operating boats with snow and sub-freezing temperatures and trying to hunt bays and estuaries that may be locked up in ice in January. I ask current board members to consider the long journey we have taken on this issue to satisfy the desires of most hunters throughout the region, and that you maintain the current season framework with a traditional start date and late season split. Please do not restrict traditional access for residents to provide a new sea duck hunting opportunities for a few guides and their non-resident clientele by delaying and expanding the season into January. Please don't adopt Proposal 16.
Hey, thank you very much for that testimony, Mike. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Mike, thank you for your testimony. In your experience, do hunters, what kind of effort goes into hunting sandhill cranes and white-fronted geese early in the season?
You know, I think that depends a lot what part of the region you're hunting in. The Wrangell area, they see a lot of cranes here. I don't know the hunting effort on them. Sitka, the first weekend of the season this year, we had 6 groups of cranes go by us. We never get a shot, but I've been seeing more cranes in the Sitka area probably over the last 5 years. This was by far the most we've seen here, or we've seen in Sitka, or I've seen in Sitka through my career. I know that when this season got changed before, when it was delayed previously in 2008, There was comments from Gus Davis about lost opportunities on cranes with that delay of 2 weeks. There's been comments from Juneau. I have heard that there are cranes that gather in the muskegs and around Craig and that kind of stuff. I've hunted cranes in North Dakota. I don't have a lot of experience here in Alaska.
Yeah, quick follow-up. So if this proposal asks for a delayed opening, and if it is delayed into October, we're going to lose most opportunity for cranes and the other species you mentioned that are probably pretty sought-after birds. Is that kind of your feeling?
So we see the bulk of the widgeon, which is my favorite species to hunt, green-winged teal and pintails. They're moving through in September. Now, they don't all move through then, but that's when the big masses of them are. I mean, you can shoot them into October or November, but the big groups of 40, 50, 60 bird flocks that you see sometimes, they're moving down the coast. We see them starting in August, the last couple weeks of August. We have, there's some fishermen that I keep tabs with, commercial trollers and charter boat operators that fish out or cruise off island, and they're seeing those birds going down that coast before we even open the season. So, you know, we're not getting them all, but that September 1st opener is important. There's birds to hunt when that season opens.
Thank you. Just one more question. So, in your experience and being around a long time and doing a lot of waterfowl hunting, when is the prime season for sea ducks, and which user group is accessing or wanting to hunt sea ducks? Is it more the residents, or who's going after the sea ducks, and when is the best time to take those? Is it later in the year, or is it throughout the whole waterfowl season or earlier?
Yeah, I would say sea ducks are probably most abundant later in the season. Each year as I'm going out for opening day or that weekend, I see sea ducks, but they're not in big numbers then. Well, I'll see scoters. You know, there's a huge market for guided sea ducks. My understanding is some of the numbers, or some of the states have really had to scale back due to overhunting of them. So Alaska, you know, there's been a big thing with Prince William Sound on the sea duck hunting. So, you know, I think that, you know, the commercial guides are definitely interested in that. I've been told time and again that people don't want to come up here for puddle ducks. They would come up here for sea ducks. So, and there has been some interest in the Sitka area in the past few years with local hunters pursuing sea ducks. There is some comments at the end of RC3 from a couple Sitka hunters that actually had done some sea duck hunting, and they have some concerns of additional pressure being put on those sea ducks should this proposal pass and the season being delayed and more effort on those. So you might want to look at, I don't have the RC number, but it's, the family name is, they're right at the end of that section, but they did have some concerns about additional pressure on sea ducks with a later season.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Mike, I don't have a question. I just want to say thanks. You are a very familiar face in Southeast when it comes to waterfowl discussions, and as you have pointed out, you know, it's a regular cycle thing, you know, that the board will hear. So thanks for taking the time, and thanks for being here, and I hope you had a good season.
Yeah, thank you, Director Scott. It's near and dear to me, and it's important that I be here for it.
Other questions from board members? I got a quick question for you, Mike. I remember you in Ketchikan and reading through, all this public comment stuff, and I know you're an avid waterfowl hunter. Do you think like a early season bird is less likely to be, crippled than a late season bird? Are late season birds in full plumage more likely to be crippled than an early season bird? Is there any truth to that statement?
I think there's a lot of factors there. September birds are lighter plumed. A lot of it depends on the experience of the hunter and what shots they're taking. I have not shot a sea duck, but those guys they look like they're built heavily plumed and tough and strong. So if you were comparing early season green-winged teal versus late season sea duck, those late season sea ducks are a lot tougher, and the early season birds are going to be easier to kill than those. I grew up in New York State. We hunted a lot of divers, bluebills, redheads. Those birds, along with sea ducks, those guys are swimmers, and you got to be shooting them good, and they can get away on you. So I just hope folks are taking smart shots and doing their best.
Answered my question perfectly. Thanks. Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much.
If I had a second, I kind of thought that a lot of the beginning was probably not counted towards my 5 minutes. In my intro of that, I had a couple more. Okay.
Feel free to make a couple more points.
So there's been some points that have come up over, I've seen them multiple times, and I'll do this quick. One is that, climate change is delaying migrations. I'm not seeing that. We're shooting lots of birds in September. They're the early migrating birds, so that was one thing. The other thing is I've seen a couple times over the course of these board meetings is that the early season ducks are fish eaters. That also is not my experience. I'm shooting widgeon and teal, pintails in the early season, and my experience is they're eating seeds, grasses, and aquatic vegetation. We do see geese and mallards. I've seen those eating salmon eggs later in the season in some birds I've shot, but not those early season birds. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for that. And we're going to call our next testifier. We're actually going to break up to testifier number 8, Patricia Phillips from the Pelican AC.
Hello, this is Patricia Phillips, chairperson for the Pelican Fish and Game Advisory Committee.
Hey, Patricia, we can hear you. Go ahead with your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. Appreciate your time, and thank you for your service, Board of Game members. We held our meeting on January 7th, 2026. We went through the entire booklet, but we only took action on 9 proposals. I'll start with proposal 1 and 2, the civil sunset and sunrise, unanimous support. Need to practice ethical hunting. It's not a practice that we see in our area. It's somewhat flabbergasting that it's actually going on. Proposal 13, use of night vision. We all supported it. There's no additional deer is needed to hunt for deer. We don't know why they would need night vision glasses or, to hunt a deer. Proposal 18, shift the hunting season for grouse, all in support. It gives broods time to mature before the hunt. Proposal 23, decrease non-resident bag limit for deer in Unit 4. We also all oppose. 2 deer is more than enough of a bag limit for non-resident. For those of us who are resident in our area, it's, deer is our primary food, and we need it, for food security. Proposal 52, add Unit 2 for intensive management of wolves. All support. Wolf populations need more in-depth study. And by the way, I'm the one who submitted that proposal. Proposal 53, require online trapping education course for trapping wolves in Unit 2. All support. More education for all helps with the management of wolves. Proposal 54, require ID tags be attached to traps and snares in Unit 2. All support. Should already be required. Proposal 66, change bag limit for hunting brown bear in Unit 3 to 1 bear every regulatory year. All oppose. 1 bear every year is excessive. Bear populations can be overexploited. That summarizes the list of our action, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. We have questions from board members. Member Loring.
Good afternoon. This is Member Loring from the Board of Game. Patricia, thanks for your testimony. And can I bring you back to your vote in support of, or your vote on the bag limits for non-residents? And did your committee, or does anybody in your committee bring up during your discussions on what a normal non-resident normally comes up to? Do they normally take 1 deer, or do most of them take 2, or very few take 2? And was that discussed at all, and what was that discussion about?
Yes, sir. The analysis talks about if very few non-residents take 3 or very few take 4, but the local Pelican ADF&G committee, just feels strongly that 2 is enough, and just held firm on that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia.
Hey, Patricia, I have a quick question for you on Proposal 53. You guys supported that, and that's the proposal to require online trapping education. A lot of times when we're out in the rural Alaska, there's a lot of concerns with access to the internet with bandwidth or anything like that. You guys, was that at all even brung up during your AC? Do most communities down here have great access to the internet and that type of thing?
Thank you for the question. Internet access is almost like a critical tool to have in rural Alaska. We have our little local library that has internet access. If local residents don't have internet access at home, they can use that. But maybe there could be a way for a paper test to go out. I don't know. It's just more education the better. Maybe you can make it not mandatory. So, anyways, thank you for the question.
Hey, Patricia, thank you very much for your time, too. Member Muller.
Hello, Patricia. This is Member Carrie Ann Muller, and I thank you for your testimony and sharing today and your service with the AC. I do have a question on, let me confirm, let's see, Proposal 54, and is the require identification tags to be attached to traps and snares. And I was wondering if you could provide a little more insight on behalf of the AC, and if you have any trappers that are on your AC committee.
Yeah, thank you, Member Miller. Yes, we do have trappers on our local AC, and the one who traps the most, he felt very strongly about adding, some sort of identification tag to his, to traps and snares. We don't have as many hunters and trappers as they do on Prince of Wales in Unit 2, and that's probably why a lot of the proposals we didn't really comment to, because it's really not our area. where we hunt and trap. So, but yeah, he felt strongly about adding ID tags, and it wouldn't be too much of a hardship. He said he didn't think. So that's what I have, ma'am. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, appreciate it.
Any other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Patricia, and thank you for your service with the AC in Pelican. I need a little clarification on Proposal 13 with the night vision. It was to prohibit the use of night vision for taking fur bearers in units 1 through 5, and your AC supported that, but your comments were no additional gear is needed during deer season. Could you explain what that means?
I'll have to go look at maybe I had that mixed up. I'll have to go and look and see what they said. Well, it was our understanding that that deer are a fur bearer. Are they a fur bearer?
I don't believe they are, Patricia.
Oh, let me see. I have to get to that. See if I can find that. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I have to look at our minutes. Almost there. Proposal
13.
Prohibit the use of night vision. We took so we did support prohibiting the use of night vision. So I think it was our understanding that deer were part of fur bearers, but if they're not, then we should have, looked into that more. Our apologies for that.
Oh, no worries, Patricia. Thank you. I just have one more question. Again, pertaining to Proposal 54, which is the support for trapper ID tags, and the other one is for trapper education that you both supported. Would either one of those proposals that you support affect your federally qualified users, which I'm sure everybody in Pelican is?
That's a good question. I would have to ask I don't think it would. But I would have to ask the prominent trapper. I know back when I trapped, it was, we weren't required to do ID tags, but there were very few trappers around. So we knew who, actually, like our trapper on our board or on our local committee, he's practically the only one who's trapping. There might be a couple kids who are trapping close to town, but they basically know who they are. But he felt our local committee member who does trap, felt it strong that they have an ID tag. And I don't know, how that would work, how you would do an ID tag, but it seems like there could be something reasonable done. And then on 53, the require online trapping education, I'll tell you this, that, our school, Pelican School District, brings in Alaska Department of Fish and Game hunter education teachers or, persons who teach about hunter education. And our students take those courses, and, we're proud of them for doing that. So, it's just, if you can just put some good ethics out there and people follow them, then, all the best for the resource. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Patricia, and you did a great job, and thank you for serving again.
You're welcome.
Hey, Patricia, thank you very much for your testimony. We really appreciate your time and your service. And,
thank you, sir.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, Director Scott, sorry. He has one more question for you.
Oh, no worries, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Patty, it's Ryan, and I wanted to say thank you for calling in. Hey, I'm curious on the trap tag discussion. Did you guys talk about any of the areas outside of Unit 2, region-wide or anything like that?
That's a good question, and hello, Ryan. Thanks for the question. We recognize it was for Unit 2, and but we really feel like region-wide it should be something that should happen, and our local trapper had no objection to having his traps marked. So, that's why we, a lot of the proposals we didn't really take any action on because it was outside of our area.
Great. Thank you, Patty. It's good to hear your voice and hope to run into you soon.
Great, thanks. And we'll call our next testifier, Scott McAuliffe. I probably pronounced your last name wrong. Yeah, just hit that little.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Scott McAuliffe. I'm from here in Wrangell, testifying for myself. Proposal 8 specifically, speaking about cougars over the last, close to 30 years now, we've dealt with them here in the Wrangell area. 2 of them have been trapped, 2 of them have been shot, and they do have one trail cam picture on Cleveland Peninsula. We asked for I actually asked for this. I helped the AC write this proposal. We'd like to see a season open for the take of cougars. They're an ambush predator, which our species of deer around here have never seen before. And if they were ever to get well established, I think they would pretty much decimate this population. And as the testimony earlier by the biologists, you all have seen how important the deer population is to the residents of the Wrangell area of all of Southeast. And not only the residents, but also the other predators that live here. So adding another mouth to feed is not really successful here, I guess you'd say. As far as proposal 9, I also would like to support that as well, but I think that we need to have a specific season date on that. Just allowing somebody to have traps out year-round in the hopes that they catch a cougar, I think is unacceptable and unethical. The reason that we came up with the dates were so that basically anybody hunting deer season through the end of spring bear season could have the opportunity of take, but also that if there were animals here, that we're giving them the opportunity to have their young and not be harassed at that time. And that's why we also included no take of the kittens or females with kittens. As far as one other comment I wanted to make about the night vision device for taking fur bearer animals, I believe it's been in place statewide since the beginning of the year. We haven't seen, or I haven't read about any cases from enforcement that people have been doing that as far as trying to hunt deer during that overlapping season. For us here, it'd be from 1st of November for wolves when it opens until the 1st of December. So until it becomes an issue, I guess it's not really a loophole that is there. That being said, night vision devices, or specifically the forward-looking infrared devices, are fairly expensive, so most of the people aren't gonna, it's not gonna be like a general item that everybody's gonna have attached to their rifle. The one that I personally own was a little over $9,000 to purchase, so they're not real cheap. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Scott, thanks a bunch for that testimony. Questions from board members. Member Loring.
Thanks, Scott. Back on the cougar issue, do you see, if a season is open, do you see people going out and targeting them? Or do you see people just being incidentally, on a deer hunt or some other type of hunt, bumping into them? What do you think the effort's going to be, and how is that going to be directed?
That was a great question. Thank you. I see it more as individuals just having the opportunity to harvest that when it presents itself. Living in Oregon, I lived there during the time that you could hound hunt and also during the time that you could not. I have friends that hound hunt. We saw cougars quite often with the hounds. Without the hounds, you were lucky to see one.
Just a quick follow-up. So then my next question is, how would you trap, do they come to a trap like, say, a lynx would? Or is it without dogs, which is the common way in order for you of being successful? If they're targeting them, are they even going to be successful at all?
Thank you. As far as the trapping goes, my experience with that, that it's basically going to be a blind set. You as the trapper are going to pretty much know the area that's going to be used for that. I guess I see it being more treated like we did with the fishers in the Juneau area, where these started out as incidental catches, and the trapper, was turning them in, and then they asked that they could be able to keep the 1 to 2 a year that they were actually catching, and it hasn't become like a 20 or 30 a year kind of a deal.
And just to change the subject a little bit, back on the forward-looking infrared night vision that you brought up, how would you know if somebody's using that illegally or not? I mean, unless, if it's on his gun, it's kind of like invisible, as far as any type of recognition from a distance or that type of thing. Is that correct, or what do you think, since you own one?
Well, first of all, it's exactly like a rifle scope, so you're going to have to attach it to your gun. The model that I do have has quick detachment, so it can come on and off a Picatinny rail, but it still needs to be sighted in. So it's not something you're going to pull out of your backpack, slap on a rifle, and hope that you can hit the broadside of a barn in that first shot or two. Second of all, as the law is right now, you have to be in possession of a trapping license to legally tell law enforcement. That's why I have it in the field. And it's that early in Unit 3 for us. I believe that the wolf season still opens November 1st, and there's a deer season going until the end of November. That would be the time that theoretically you could be in possession of both, but I guess we can't sit here and write laws and hope that just the honest people follow them. That's why we have the troopers to enforce these laws, and unfortunately, it puts a little bit of extra pressure on them to kind of be an extra little bit sleuthy to catch those individuals that are finding the loopholes in any law that we create.
And just a little more follow-up on that. So do you think it would be a big inconvenience for those trappers to not be able to use that type of technology for that month between November until the end of deer season, and then being able to use that after deer season's over? What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's, great that as long as there's a deer season open, that you shouldn't be able to have it in the field with you. That would be an equal, I guess, we're willing to give up a little bit, they're willing to give up a little bit. That'd be great.
Thank you.
Hey, Scott, I got a question for you. If the, let's say we decided to adopt Proposal 8, what are your thoughts on the board requiring sealing of maybe the skull so you could see tooth eruption, maybe the hide, so definitely you could see the, the sex, and perhaps, I don't know, maybe the size of the cat? What are your thoughts on that?
It's a great question, Mr. Chairman, and I did include that in my proposal, that the animal would have to be sealed with Fish and Game within, I just arbitrarily came up with the 15 days. It gives an equal amount of time for the hunter to be able to get that out of the field, get that to Fish and Game so that they can utilize that. In the beginning, when I wrote the proposal, I had thought about even including stomach contents so that they could get a little bit more information on what that animal had been feeding on. But I thought that was a little bit much to ask a hunter to bring out that as well.
And you don't think it'd be burdensome to include like a skull and hide type situation, not either or, like both?
I would think that you would have to, or it would be my intention that you would have to bring in the skull and the hide, same as what a bear is.
Thank you for that, Scott. Any other questions from board members? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Scott. That was excellent, and thanks for the clarification on night vision. Did you have a reason why your end date was June 15th? I'm just curious.
I was just trying to keep it aligned with the end of the spring black bear season. And when we put it all together, we didn't want to give people extra opportunity to just be packing a rifle out in the woods in the middle of summer when, you know, what else are you going to hunt?
Yeah,
It's
excellent.
just another opportunity to maybe not do something within the law.
Thank you. That's a great explanation.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. And we'll call up Curtis Kotz.
Curtis Couch, Wrangell. I don't remember the proposal number, but I want to tell you about what I think for the Zaremble elk hunt. In 2024, I was actually the only person successfully to take an elk off of that island. So I did hunt it for the elk. And my personal belief, there's 5 or 6 herd, and we was allowed to take 1 elk. And I agree with a lot of the Wrangellites thinking that the elk are eating most of the forage and starving out some of the deer. I know there's still plenty of deer there, or there's deer there. But to put a hunt out with like a 3-point restriction and open it up to all residents allowed to hunt there would be a fiasco. There would be many people hunting in that short period. And that time of the year, the water can get rough. And there's not much anchorage around Zaremble Island. There's only a few harbors. And nice about the harbors, there is some Forest Service floats that you can tie your boat to. And there's lots of road access. So if you have a vehicle to scope the island to find your herd, that is accessible. But if you put that many people at one time hunting them elk, it's going to be hard to use them harbors. They're going to be full. You're going to see no place to tie up, people getting their boats blocked in. And yeah, of course, you could always anchor and take a dinghy to shore, but there's not very many harbors to do that in. I would rather see a hunt to where maybe Fish and Game would put out to decrease maybe the population, to put out 4 or 5 tags a year rather than when I applied there was only 1. This year there was only 1. Next year there's 2. Why can't we up it a little bit and maybe decrease the population a little bit and still have an ongoing successful hunt for years to come? That's all I have on the elk. Another issue I would like to talk about is our moose hunt antler restriction. I've hunted moose and couldn't see the other horn, so I was not able to shoot. There's been lots of people that take a moose and find out, wow, I didn't see this, but it's an illegal moose. And they have to forfeit not their work to get the moose out, but they have to forfeit the meat. I would really much rather see a bull-only hunt with no horn restriction. Say we get 15 moose off our river every year, put out After 15, close it. I'd like to see the moose hunt go for a month rather than a 2-week hunt. For some people only get weekends off. So that gives them a longer ability to hunt. That's all I have.
Curtis, thanks a whole bunch for coming here and testifying, and, you know, it's folks like you that are intimately familiar with all these, you know, these hunts that, I mean, it's really important to come here and get your point of view to us. Questions from board members, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kurt. Regarding your last statement, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. You wanted to extend the season, but if we reach 15, EO stop it at that time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Curtis. Have you talked with the department about what they thought the population estimate size is on Zarembo with elk? You seem to think that, you know, they could issue some more permits. And I was wondering if you had a conversation with them about that.
Yes, I have. When the local advisory committee, I zoomed in, and there was one fish and game person said that they estimate 70 elk on that island.
All right, and just one more question. Just an offhand question, because I've been hearing it now, and I think it's going to be a theme, that it's very hard to distinguish in these antler-restricted moose hunts. You know, people have a hard time seeing that or don't get to see exactly what they wanted to see before they shot. Do you feel it's harder to distinguish between a nanny and a billy goat or a legal moose in an antler restriction area?
Could you repeat that?
Do you find it harder or easier to distinguish between a nanny goat and a billy goat versus, you know, distinguishing a legal moose in an antler restricted area?
Yes, I would say it's harder for a nanny and a billy.
All right, thank you.
Any other board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. If you were looking to reduce the number of elk on Antland, on Zarembo, would you consider an either sex hunt, or should it stay more just a bull hunt?
I would consider either or, but I was thinking bull. I would maybe try the bull hunt first.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce, you mentioned that you'd like to see a month-long moose hunt, and with bulls only?
Yes.
And then, tell me if I'm getting this right. And then with maybe a upper limit of 15 animals?
Correct.
So do you think that that season would go really quickly within any bull hunt? Or do you think that if you kept the antler restriction and it might stretch out a month? I guess what I'm asking is, do you think yourself and other hunters would like to have more opportunity to hunt for the whole month, or just maybe go in there and have a 2 or 3 or 4 day season and then have it shut off with any bull hunt?
Personally, I believe I'd rather go for the full month. Like I was saying, like some people aren't able to get off work, maybe for the first week or so.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Curtis, once again, thanks for coming and testifying.
Yeah.
We're going to call Bruce Kotz next.
Hello, thank you for letting me be here. I wanted to talk basically the same thing as Kurt there on the elk on Zarembo. And I think that I don't want to see a antler restriction. I'm not a fan of any antler restrictions and stuff. And basically everything that he said is about what I have to say. And then on the moose hunt, I don't like the antler restriction. You know, there's just too many of them that are found to be illegal, and they're losing them, and there's the big discrepancy on some of them there that some of them have said they were illegal when they weren't. And that's happened a few times with friends I know. So I'm like thinking that, you know, like Kurt said, let's start out with the month-long season and put a limit on how many bulls can come out. And then if that's done in 2 weeks, then the season's over in 2 weeks. And then I'd also like to say that the sea otter situation, I think that any Alaska resident should be able to hunt and trap them. That they're just getting out of control. There's just getting to be too many of them devastating our shellfish and stuff. So basically, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you for that testimony, Bruce. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bruce. I'm going to kind of ask the same question Member Loring asked your brother earlier, but put a little different spin on it. Would you still support the longer season for any bull if it only lasted 2 days?
If they got the limit in 2 days?
Yes.
Well, if that, in that area, I think that should be the limit. If they, you know, historically get so many moose, and then like over on QU and they're getting more and more every year. And then, you know, that season would still go longer. They would cut it off in, you know, the certain areas that so many animals per area, which that area can support.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you for coming down here and testifying. And I wish this board had the authority to help you out with your sea otter issue down here, but that's another agency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you. We'll call our next testifier, Bruce Smith.
Hello, my name is Bruce Smith. I'm from here in Wrangell. I'll go down just a few of these items here real quick. Proposal 64, antler restrictions on moose. The law was made to fix a problem, and that was an enforcement tool and to discourage the altering of antlers. However, the application of this law has at times been counter to the spirit of why the law was created, which has caused criminalization of honest hunters that are just trying to abide by the antler rules. As mentioned previously, antlers that are known to be broken in velvet because they've knotted over at the break point, harvested, they're considered broken antlers. Those people get charged. So that kind of goes against the spirit of why that law was created to begin with. Proposal 57, elk harvest. I'd support anything that would help take a few more moose off of Zarimbo. Proposal 66, same thing. I'd support anything here that would help harvest more brown bear off of the Wrangell Island area. Proposal 69, I support the extension of the grouse hunting season here in Unit 3. Many times access to the hunting areas is not really even available until mid-May when the snow finally melts out. And looking at proposal 17, I'm not really in support of that one. It's talking about taking the females, I suppose, the hens of grouse. My experience is in the spring hunt anyway. You're not really taking many females anyways, very minimal take. You're after the hooters, the males that are up in the trees hooting. Proposal 18, not opposed to moving the grouse season later into August, but I did like the previous proposal 69 that had a June 15th date versus the May 31st. Let's see, proposals 8 and 9, mountain lions. I support the taking of the cougars. And while we're at it, let's put no limit and an open season for any time of the year. Proposals 1 and 2, civil twilight issues. So I'm not in support of creating an ever-changing schedule for hunting based on the civil twilight schedule. As presented, most of the time, civil twilight and shooting light will coincide with each other. However, it will sometimes reduce opportunities for those on clear moonlit evenings or mornings. What may be dark at civil twilight at sea level may not be too dark to hunt on a nice day or night in a high altitude alpine location. So that's pretty much what I had.
Hey, thank you very much for that testimony, Bruce. Do we have questions from board members? Looking up and down the line. I don't think so. I think you're very clear with that testimony. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to call up Don Hernandez. And just for the audience, Don Hernandez is going to be testifying remotely.
Yes, am I unmuted now?
Yep, we can hear you. Take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you much. This is Don Hernandez, and I am the chair of the Southeast Regional Subsistence Advisory Committee Council. And I'll just note for the record that the Regional Advisory Councils operate under the authority of Section 805 of ANILCA. And our council's authority is to review and evaluate proposals for regulations, policies, management plans, and other matters related to subsistence uses of fish and wildlife within the region. Council also provides a public forum for the expression of opinions and recommendations regarding any matter related to the subsistence uses of fish and wildlife within the region. And our council met on December 17th and 18th in Wrangell. And at that meeting, we reviewed all of the wildlife proposals that are before you, and we decided to make our recommendations on a few of those. And I'll go through the list. So we started with proposal 18, and the council supports this proposal. We believe that this change to the season dates for grouse hunting will not impact sustainability of the grouse population and would increase opportunity for subsistence harvest. Although this change to the season end dates extends into grouse breeding season, the council does not think that the sex selection of this harvest will be impacted, as most grouse hunting is conducted using male vocalization to locate and harvest male grouse. It is rare to harvest a female grouse. Thus, the council does not think this regulation change will impact the female and therefore the overall population's sustainability. They view this proposal as providing additional opportunity for subsistence harvest, especially for youth who are typically in school until May. Council also notes that in years of heavy snowfall and/or mild spring conditions, it can be challenging to access grouse hunting areas before the end of the current grouse season. So, we also commented on proposal 23, which is to increase the non-resident bag limit for deer in Unit 4. And our council opposed this proposal. Council believes that the current limit of 2 deer for non-residents provides sufficient opportunity for sport harvest of deer. Increasing the non-resident bag limit for Unit 4 to 4 deer would increase competition between non-resident and subsistence harvesters. Council also does not support the harvest of does by non-residents. Although Unit 4 deer populations appear stable, heavy winters and other unknown circumstances can have drastic impacts on the deer population over a relatively short period. Proposals 40 and 41 are to reduce the non-resident bag limit for deer in Unit 2 from $4 to 1. And the council supports this proposal. Council believes that a $1 limit for deer for non-residents would provide sufficient opportunity for sport harvest of deer in Unit 2. Subsistence users of Unit 2 have repeatedly told the council about challenges locating and harvesting deer on Prince of Wales Island. Whether these challenges are due to a deer population issue or harvest competition, this proposal would address both causes. Proposal 48 is to increase the Unit 2 wolf population objective. The council opposes this proposal. Council has received traditional ecological knowledge from subsistence users on Prince of Wales Island, which suggests that there is a harvestable surplus of wolves that are not being harvested. Meanwhile, subsistence needs for wolf pelts are not being met. The council has concerns about the deer population and availability of harvestable deer, a concern that would increase if the wolf population objective was increased. We also commented on proposal 51, which was to extend the wolf trapping season to 45 days on Prince of Wales Island, Unit 2. So the council is neutral on this proposal. Council recognizes that the trapping season is already 137 days long, and a 45-day season would be a reduction to the trapping season. However, the council supports extending the standard 31-day trapping season enacted through emergency order every year. The council feels that the wolf population is too large and is not being managed to the current state population goals of 150 to 200 wolves. Traditional ecological knowledge suggests that there is a harvestable surplus of wolves that are not being harvested, and subsistence needs are not being met for wolf pelts. And proposal 52 is to add Unit 2 as an area for intensive management of wolves. And the council supports this proposal. The council would like to see Unit 2 managed through an intensive management strategy that prioritizes human consumption of multiple species. The council would like the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to work with wolf trappers and hunters in Unit 2 to direct wolf harvest to different wolf packs or areas to more closely address genetic diversity and demographic population concerns for wolves. The goal of this intensive management unit would be to more strategically harvest wolves to decrease predation rates on deer without extensively increasing wolf harvest. And proposal 57 is a change to the season and bag limits and permit requirements for hunting elk on Zarimbo Island in Unit 3. Council supports this proposal. Subsistence users have indicated that elk on Zarimbo Island are outcompeting deer and have noted that as a result, the deer on Zarimbo Island are smaller than deer from nearby areas. Yet subsistence users cannot harvest elk to supplement their deer harvest from Zarimbo, which is an important subsistence harvest area for residents at Petersburg and Wrangell. Therefore, the current elk hunt is used as a sport hunt that is in direct conflict with subsistence harvest of deer. Proposal 64 be to eliminate the regulation that excludes broken, damaged, or altered antlers from the definition of spike fork antlers for units 1B, 1C, and 3. And the council is neutral on this proposal. Council does not agree with the forfeiture of any subsistence harvest animals, including those with broken, damaged, or altered antlers. Subsistence users have indicated that some years the occurrence of broken and damaged antlers is common within the population. Moose are a critical subsistence resource for many communities in the areas affected by this proposal. However, the council understands the issue that would be created by this proposal for enforcement surrounding intentional alteration of moose antlers. Proposal 65 would remove the antler restriction for moose hunt in units 1B and 3 and replace with a shorter any bull hunt in October. Council opposes this proposal. Reducing this moose season would intensify the harvest pressure and competition during the 15-day window, which would reduce the overall opportunity for an individual basis. Additionally, the council believes that the any bull component of this proposal could lead to overharvest and a reduction in the sustainability of this population, especially with the intensity that a shortened harvest window would create. And Proposal 69 would extend the grouse hunting season in Unit 3 to close June 15th instead of May 15th. The council supports this proposal. The council believes that this change to the season dates for grouse hunting will not impact the sustainability of the grouse population and increases opportunity for subsistence harvest. Although this change to the season end dates extends into grouse breeding season, the council does not think that the sex selection of this harvest will be impacted, as most grouse hunting is conducted using male vocalization to locate and harvest male grouse. It is rare to harvest female grouse. Because the council does not think this regulation change will impact the female and therefore the overall population sustainability, they view this proposal as providing additional opportunity for subsistence harvest, especially for youth who are typically in school until May. Council also notes that in years of snowfall and/or mild spring conditions, it can be challenging to access grouse hunting areas before the end of the current grouse season. So those are all the proposals that we decided to comment on this year. Like I say, the council, we do try and focus on the proposals that we think will most greatly affect the subsistence users in our region. So those are the ones that we identified. Thank you for the opportunity to give our comments on these, and I guess I could try and answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks for that, Mr. Hernandez. Questions from board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Don. That was good information that you gave us. I just have one question for you tonight that I've never been able to get an answer to. And you mentioned it twice, that your wolf pelt subsistence needs were not being met. How's that determined?
Well, this is an issue that was recently brought to our attention. It isn't something that we really had been hearing much about in the past, but the issue that was brought to our attention was that the wolf trapping efforts are carried out primarily for the commercial uses of wolf pelts being sold. And they're fairly valuable, and that's where most of the pelts end up. So there were some folks that brought it to our attention that with these shortened, fairly competitive seasons that we have now, the opportunity for somebody to harvest a wolf for doing handicrafts or more customary barter and trade is kind of being limited. So they really felt that, the council has kind of identified that we believe that the wolf harvest that we've been seeing recently is not necessarily all the wolves that could sustainably be harvested. So we think that limits the availability to the more traditional folks that want to use them for handicrafts and customary trade and barter.
Okay, great. That was a good explanation, Don. I appreciate that.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, Member Loring, thank you for your testimony. And I have one question about your support reduce the non-resident deer limit from 4 to 1. And some of the information we got during the staff reports here and reading comments from the public and advisory committees is that the non-resident take is fairly small compared to the resident take, and also the non-local resident take, and that very few non-residents take more than one deer, and or most non-residents take more than one deer, but very few take 2 or more. Did your committee talk about not maybe going from 4 to 1, but maybe 4 to 2 to allow that second buck to be taken by a non-resident?
Thank you for the question. I believe that was part of our discussion is just, yeah, everyone agreed that there should be a reduction to non-resident hunters, by the state. Obviously, in federal management, we don't have resident, non-resident. We only have, subsistence qualified and non-subsistence qualified, federally qualified. So it's a state issue to deal with. And yes, I believe the analysis did show that very, very few non-resident hunters take more than one deer. Some take 2. But given the fact that, subsistence hunters on POW are really having a difficult time finding the deer that they require, for their uses, everybody agrees with that analysis. And we just had a really hard time justifying a more liberal opportunity for non-resident hunters, other than at least giving them, some opportunity, one deer being at least some opportunity. And another factor that has been part of our discussion is that this non-resident hunter effort is definitely increasing on Prince of Wales. It's becoming more common for the, I guess, you can call them lodges, but there's also a lot of people that just cater to non-resident hunters. Bed and breakfasts are getting into the business of, just providing people who want to come and hunt from other areas outside of Alaska, a place to stay, transportation, and kind of promoting Prince of Wales as a destination for deer hunting. And that's starting to be a factor. And the council's feeling that we really kind of want to get ahead of the curve here a little bit and just, ask the state to set a definite limit on that activity of only allowing one deer. So that was our discussion on that topic.
Thank you for that answer. I do appreciate it. And just a real quick follow-up. Do your members and your user group, are they actually having user conflicts in the field with non-resident hunters or non-local Alaska hunters? Or is this just kind of a perceived situation where they just kind of want to get ahead of maybe a problem that might be occurring in the future? I mean, is it actually going on now, or is it something we want to just prevent from happening down the line?
We're starting to hear about conflicts. Prince of Wales is a big island, but a lot of the hunting effort is really concentrated in specific areas. And I think probably the biggest area of concern is in people who are using boats. And, a lot of outfitters supply boats, they have them available for fishing, and then they extend their season, into the hunting season. And that could be an impact because you know how the hunting effort goes here in Southeast. If you have a favorite spot that you want to go and access by boat, usually a pretty specific area. Areas that people have been hunting for generations. And if you go there and there's a boat, you generally go somewhere else. It's just kind of the way it is. And if it's somebody you don't know in particular, that has an effect. And I guess the concern is that once these outfitters kind of get geared up, you can see the potential for, and virtually any of the key weeks for hunting. And the season is also fairly concentrated in time. It's a long season, but most of the effort actually takes place in a very limited amount of time during the rut. And if you were to see a constant stream of boats all headed to a specific location that you wanted to hunt, that would be a big impact. And yes, we are hearing some testimony from the folks who are starting to see this conflict. So yes, it is becoming an issue.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. It really helped, and I appreciate your service on the federal RAC. I know it takes time out of your life, and I do appreciate that service. Thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Don, this is Ryan Scott. Thanks for calling in and being patient for the afternoon. I kind of wanted to go back to Proposal 23, which is increasing the non-resident deer bag limit. That proposal is specific to Unit 4, and I just was curious, did the RAC discuss the current federal closures to non-federally qualified users already and how that provides additional opportunity for folks around Pelican, Angoon, Hoonah? Just curious if that entered the conversation, and also any discussions about Unit 4 is arguably the highest deer densities we have in the region. Certainly, this winter we're going to see some higher mortality, but just curious, how deep you guys went into that proposal.
Thank you, Ryan. So, in our discussions here the last meeting, I think the council members from Unit 4 are, appreciative of that 10-day closure window for non-federally qualified users. And, like we just discussed there in Unit 2, hunter effort is fairly concentrated at times and places. And those are the user conflicts that you want to try and avoid in specific times and places. So Unit 4 is a big unit. It has a really healthy deer population, but a lot of the effort by subsistence hunters is fairly localized, and I don't know how specific the state is willing to manage. On the federal side, we do some pretty specific area lines and very specific time, during the peak of the rut to have some restrictions. So, just, on an area-wide basis, in order to more kind of alleviate these potential user conflicts in specific times and places, I guess we supported that proposal to just decrease the non-resident bag limit.
Thank you, Don. It's good to hear from you. I also wanted to say thank you for your help with the Wolf Project and the work you've done with us down at POW.
Thank you, Ryan.
Any other questions from board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, Don, this is Jim Batesville. Thank you very much. I wondered if your group discussed Proposal 42 to change the non-resident start day for deer hunting season in Unit 2 to August 15th, which kind of aligns with, on the federal subsistence side, the August 16th starting day for non-residents. Just wondered if that was bantered about.
Well, Jim, you know, we're going to have a very complicated discussion on deer regulation proposals on the federal side, you know, at our meeting coming up in March. And I think the feeling of the council was that we really wanted to kind of hash out all of the issues involved with what might take place here on the federal side now that we have Ketchikan designated as a rural community and eligible for subsistence harvest on Prince of Wales. So, yeah, we didn't really want to take that up on the state side at this time. We'll wait and see how everything kind of shakes out on the federal side first, I think.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for your testimony, Don, and I think we have Adam Smith from the Upper Lynn Canal AC that's going to be remotely testifying as well.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to testify over the phone. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to skip down the list to Lee Callinger. Canninger, maybe. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read somebody's handwriting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Lee Kadinger, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Sealaska Heritage based in Juneau, but representing shareholders across the region and state. Sealaska Heritage strongly opposes Proposal 26, which would restrict hunters who take nanny goats in Unit 1C from hunting goats in the same unit for the next 4 years. If adopted, this proposal would only penalize local hunters, not guided non-residents who are unlikely to return to Unit 1C year after year. Sealaska Heritage Institute directly supports the development of young hunters in Southeast Alaska through our Cultural Warriors program and our Reestablishing Relationships with John Woo project, which specifically provides opportunities for young men and women to harvest mountain goats within Tracy Arm and Endicott Arm under the supervision of elders. There is no cost for youth to learn this. In 2025, we took 12 youth to Tracy and Endicott Arms over 4 different trips. On the last trip, there were some young hunters that harvested a nanny thinking that it was a billy. What I saw firsthand was this young man's pride over the harvest of his first ever mountain goat, where the meat was sent to his grandfather and clan leader Nathan Jackson in Ketchikan. The hide was then donated to weavers and apprentices to weave a chill-cap blanket, and the horns were donated to a traditional goat horn spoon carving class. The tallow and fat were also used. The young man was beaming with pride for all that he provided to his community, to his grandfather, and to utilizing every piece of that mountain goat, nothing to waste. As many of you know, seeing a young man's first harvest is one of the most prideful moments of their life. We encouraged our youth hunters to then attend the local AC committee meetings to become engaged and for it to be part of their civic duty. In the December Juneau Douglas Area Committee meeting, one committee member publicly shamed the young men for harvesting a nanny. This unfortunate act had a significant impact on this young man. After this disparagement from the committee member, the young man rose, standing there to be called upon. He calmly stated that he harvested what he truly thought was a billy due to the size, due to it being dirty compared to the others, due to the horn size, and other small factors which we taught and he learned before going out hunting. It is so difficult to tell the difference between males and females, much less a very excited young man who is about to harvest their first goat for their community, for their grandfathers, and for their cultural responsibilities. While a public shaming of this young man was wrong, this proposal, number 26, is also wrong. We want our young men and our young women to learn how to hunt. We do not believe that punishing them through the banishment of future hunting for 4 years or for any years is appropriate when they're just trying to feed their families, provide wool to artists and the horns to their to carvers looking to carve goat horn spoons. The proponents of Proposal 26 suggest that the harvest of nannies is responsible for the increased harvest in Unit 1C. But the Department of Fish and Game's own management report for goats in Unit 1C specifies another reason: increased guiding of non-residents, not the harvest of nannies, as the major impact to the goat population within Tracy and Endicott Arms. Over the last 10 years, non-residents have harvested more than 80% of the goats taken in Unit 1C, 83% to be exact, a trend that is increasing throughout Alaska. However, the point system that is currently in place has been used successfully to conserve Unit 1C goat populations since the 1980s. We therefore urge the board to reject Proposal 26, as it will only serve to further discourage young Alaskans from hunting, but do nothing to enhance conservation of the species. Thank you.
Lee, thank you very much for that, that testimony. Questions from board members for Lee? If not, Lee, thank you very much for coming here. Thanks for testifying.
Thank you.
And we'll call Dylan Patterson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Dylan Patterson, and I'm the Culture and History Director at Sealaska Heritage Institute, which was founded in 1980 to perpetuate and enhance Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian culture in Southeast Alaska. Sealaska Heritage Institute, again, strongly opposes Proposal 26, which would place immense and inequitable burden on Alaska residents to sex goats in the field. The indigenous peoples of Southeast Alaska have hunted mountain goats for thousands of years. Alongside meat, goat materials are integral to the Southeast Alaska native cultures. For example, Chilkat weaving, which is characterized by its unique twinning method, is a hallmark art form of the region. Traditionally, weavers relied on mountain goat wool to create robes and blankets, although declines in the ability to harvest goats and wool at the appropriate time of year have made other textiles more common. These articles are celebrated worldwide as intricate examples of Northwest Coast art and culture. Many Chilkat weavers have pointed out that the articles they produce also preserve the memory of the goat itself, deepening the long-term relationship between mountain goats and Alaska Native communities. Because mountain goat wool does not fully form and separate from the goat's hair until late winter, guided hunters often create pressure early in the season and accumulate much of the point allocation for the unit. This scenario makes it even harder for Alaska Natives and non-native residents to harvest goats in winter when snow pushes the animals to lower elevations, creating a situation in which customary and traditional harvest is further jeopardized by guided non-resident hunts. In light of these dynamics, again, we ask you to reject Proposal 26 and any future proposal like it that would restrict the continued use of mountain goats and Alaska Native subsistence art and cultural practice. Likewise, to ensure the ethical take of mountain goats, Sea Alaska Heritage Institute opposes Proposal 3, as it would set a dangerous precedent for same-day airborne take of big game in Alaska. And we support Proposal 4, which would change the definition of a taken mountain goat so that goats that have been shot but are unretrievable are still considered harvested. Finally, Sea Alaska Heritage Institute opposes Proposals 20, 21, and 22, which would extend the season date for brown bear in portions of Unit 4. We recommend the board follow the Unit 4 bear management strategy, which was developed in the late 1990s by a broad group of agency staff and citizen stakeholders to minimize user conflicts among hunters and bear viewers. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Sea Alaska Heritage before your deliberation on these proposals. Thank you.
Dylan, thank you much for that testimony. Questions from board members for Dylan? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dylan, for coming here, and I appreciate your testimony on Proposals 20, 21, and 22 that you're opposed to because of the brown bear management plan. Does the plan address when the population increases that you should just continue with the same plan, or if the population decreases, is there provisions in the brown bear management plan to address that?
There is. Our biggest concern with these particular proposals, though, is how they're written. They're, in particular, 20 and 21 are proposed as season extensions, but they're really boundary adjustments to RB 088. And so I think just for clarity especially, the proposal should be written as they're intended, which is a boundary extension of the registration permit.
Yeah, thank you, Dylan, for that clarification. I appreciate that.
Hey, I have a quick question for you. You know, and I plan on asking this question to, you know, the Department of Subsistence, or Department of Subsistence and stuff, but as a cultural heritage director, is there a part of the culture down here that actually prefers the native communities that prefer to consume nannies over billies, that like that's a preferred meat, a female to a male?
I guess I'm not entirely sure. I haven't personally heard that. I think a big issue that we're having is just the ability, especially for young hunters who are new to goat hunting, to be able to sex goats in the field is very difficult. And so, you know, we believe that the point allocation system was developed just for that reason, so that hunters who you know, accidentally harvest a nanny aren't, you know, they're not penalized, but also it's not jeopardizing the conservation of the population. You know, that it's kind of the whole point of 2 points for a nanny, 1 point for a goat, that sort of thing. So
I didn't know if the longer, skinnier horns were preferred for spoon carving or something like that, but thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Any other questions from board members? Oh, Member Lurie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dylan, not a question, just a comment. I really appreciate both your and Lee's comments, and also the letter you sent out to us earlier that kind of outlined your position. They were, for me, really well received, and I appreciate you coming and doing that. Thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Member Loring. Dylan and Lee both appreciate you being here. I am curious, prior to going out into the field to hunt, did you guys utilize the state's mountain goat ID quiz, or take some time and look, Idaho and Oregon and Washington, other places have them as well. They're online. We also have hard copy booklets. And just wondering, was that part of the preparation?
I believe so. Would it be all right if I called Lee back up here to answer that question, though? He could speak to it much more accurately than I could.
Yeah, sounds great.
Yes, thank you, and through the chair, we did, all participants were required to take the mountain goat identification quiz, and in addition to the mountain goat identification quiz that they were required to take and have on their person in the field, as was required this year, we also went over in a classroom setting, went over that same quiz and showed photos online, and we talked about it. So we did try our best to ensure young men knew the difference between billies and nannies.
Thank you very much.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. As long as I got both of you up there, and if you could, what was the age of the young man that went hunting?
21.
All right, thank you.
And to add to that, the youngest was 13.
Member Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing the testimonies and taking youth out hunting. We appreciate that for sure. My question for both of you, possibly, you guys shared that you had concerns with non-resident hunters out in the field, and how, I believe you said it was approximately 80% of the goats that were taken for the success rate. In understanding for the federal subsistence area, you guys are able to also hunt under the federal subsistence rules, is that correct?
So our shareholders who are rural residents are able to hunt under the federal regulations. So for example, shareholders who live in Juneau, or until very recently Ketchikan, would not be able to.
Okay, and you are primarily in Juneau, is that right?
Sealaska Heritage Institute represents Alaska Native communities across the region.
Oh, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And if I may add to that, we have approximately 7,000 shareholders in Juneau.
That's quite a few. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you guys very much for your testimony. Thanks for traveling on down here. And we have one more person signed up to testify today. It's Paul Johnson. Oh, click that little button, Paul.
Button. It's red. Thank you, members. My name's Paul Johnson, and I really appreciate the folks who take their time to do this job you're doing. I'm here to talk about Unit 4 bears of 19, 20, 21, and 22. Al just brought it up. I'm probably one of the few remaining people who sat on that panel, and it was a pride and joy of my tenure being a guide of over 50 years. It's been in place now for a long time, and it's an amazing accomplishment because it didn't just involve guided hunts. It involved the subsistence portion. It involved the other local communities and their place, resident hunters, and the big one was the viewing interest for Southeast. You crack this door and have changes, you're going to be back to where we were, and we're going to be back. It was something the Forest Service signed on, Department of Fish and Game signed on, the guides signed on, and it had to be a unanimous decision. It was the panel was set up by Lori Quakenbush and Ketchikat. The first one failed because we couldn't get everybody to agree. It's impressive to get 22 people to agree to a policy and to a plan. And today, it wouldn't never look the same, and the hunters may not get more. The viewing public is there waiting and watching in a big way. I urge you to hold to the plan. Our skull sizes have gone up. Our harvest of sows is doing well. The last time we met in Sitka when we were at a yellow light on sow harvest, we've gone from a 75% male harvest to a 93 to 94. Incredible change, and I'm proud of everybody that's done that. I look forward to the day that we need to discuss a population situation. The first years that I was out and taking hunts, if we saw 6 days or 6 bears in a 10-day hunt, we were pretty excited. We're way past that. We do have bears. We have bears that are getting to the sizes that we can sell and have a good economy off of. We have bears that are there in numbers at the viewing, and we did realize a 4% that was going to leave for the viewing. That was the compromise for the viewing public and for the small cruise lines and so forth. We did not want to increase areas for no hunting because we all know what happens with those. So with encouragement from my part to see this plan stay in place of all those who signed on, which includes the department, which includes Forest Service, which included everybody on that team. It was quite an accomplishment and has been used in different parts of the state since then. I appreciate your time.
Thanks so much for those comments, Paul. We have questions from board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Paul. It's been a while since I've seen you.
It's good to be here.
But I do have a question on, on just the stagnant of it. There's always cause and effect. If you're going to have an increasing brown bear population, to some point that it's going to be a problem. What happens to the deer population? What happens to the black bear population as we let that population continue to grow and not do anything?
Okay, Unit 4 doesn't have black bear.
No.
Okay, the deer population is doing well. Part of the big thing is for quality hunts for the guides is conflicts in the field. Encouragement to take older boars is what the public wants there too. We've gone around about this. Obviously, one of the trophy areas of the state that everybody should be also proud of is Kodiak, and it reached levels that there was a concern what you're going to do. At that time, Larry Van Dale then asked there to be a sow harvest, is what the end result was. But not changing lines. These lines affect communities who have lived with these lines a long time. The town of Pelican. My family goes back to the beginning of Pelican, so I am very familiar with that. So yes, Al, I think that when we reach that point, we'll probably have to have a group get back together, but it's going to have some pretty good sideboards on it of what's going to be allowed to be discussed. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes absolutely good sense, but I had to ask it, so thank you.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions from board members for Paul? If not, thanks so much, Paul. Thanks for testifying.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, with that being said, we called our last testifier today. We're going to break. We'll be back here at 8:30 in the morning. Hopefully some more people turn in their blue cards so we can take some more public testimony. Just a reminder, 10 o'clock tomorrow is the cutoff for signing up to testify. Thanks again.